What is up, you guys? It's your boy Rob, Hollow Avarice, back again, continuing our playthrough of Final Fantasy 16. Odd. Last time on, a lot happened. We made our way north through the continent of Ash, through Ravenwit Walls, all the way up to Stone here, through Vidargris to Stone here, where we fought our way through the city, teamed up with Jill, Goots, Prince Dion, and Gav to make it to Drake's Spine, but we were kidnapped by Ultima. We fought a behemoth. We learned the truth of Ultima's plans, machinations, the origins of humanity, origins of magic, the hubris of a god, and beat up a god. And in doing so, destroyed the last Mother Crystal. Or did we? Turns out beneath Twinside there laid one more mother, aka Origin. Which is big. And is actively draining all the ether from the world. So, we need to stop that. But I want to finish some stuff before we do. As a lot of quests have opened up. A lot of dialogue and stuff has opened up.
Do you think they'll come back?
Of course they will.
So I want to try and
It's just a big crystal.
knock this out.
How hard could it be?
Courage, Ifrit. My decision is made.
I shall carry on and your brother with. I shall carry you and your brother to Origin, but the Lesage name might live on in honor, not in infamy. Even if I should not. Your Highness, you're not.
You said it yourself.
This is the journey from which I may not return, and yet I am resolved to go. Ultima took much from me, and he means to strip us of all we have left.
Must be stopped.
Whatever the cost.
He must.
You are as over hasty as your brother. Save your thanks for when this is over. A lot of death flags going up from Dion.
You're right. About that.
If there's anything I can do to help you kill this Ultima bloke, you just say the word, eh?
Aye.
Sorry for joking about that. World's not finished with you yet.
Let's see.
Gav the Magnificent, Gav the Almighty.
You off then?
It's him, I tell you. The Crown Prince of Sanbreque. Though I suppose he's the Emperor now.
The Emperor. Here in our hideaway.
Don't
Yep.
mind him. I believe you.
Okay. What do you think about Origin? You're set on this planet, you all set?
Thank you, Uncle.
As for down here,
May take comfort in the knowledge that the realm is in my capable hands.
Clive, my boy! Rutherford informs me that we owe you our thanks. Hadn't intended for you to get involved, but such are the times we live in, huh?
I would have done the same for anyone else.
You're far too modest, Clive. You'd make a terrible nobleman. But tell me, is the realm truly in as dire a state as Rutherford suggests?
From what little I saw, you were right to be worried.
I suppose I should have expected the worst. But I was rather hoping the great and good of the realm might have things a little more under control. Alas, it seems that firm leadership is in short supply. We must move quickly.
But where do we start?
True, the challenges that face us are many. But in my estimation, there are two key areas to be addressed before any other. The realm's armies and her larders. As you've seen firsthand,
Yep.
it's every man and woman for themselves out there. Certain cities have banded together to try and maintain some semblance of order, and yet the only remedy for the chaos that faces us is unity. In short, if Storm does not stand together, she will fall apart.
But how would one even begin to unite the realm?
The armies, my boy. As I told you already, we begin by restoring order among the ranks of those sworn to maintain it. Sadly, I doubt I could convince even the lowliest gaggle of privates to dig a latrine, but I do know someone the High Commanders have been known to listen to on occasion. Field Marshal Eugen Havel.
Who we saw
I
in
thought
their
he was
cutscene.
retired.
Yeah.
He was.
Forcibly.
Until an Akashic army tore through Randalar and killed most of the rank and file. And as luck would have it, I've already spoken with him.
Of course you have.
And he's agreed to help. On one condition. Havel has always been a man of frustratingly rigid principle. I extolled your many virtues as best I could, of course, but the old goat was adamant that he be allowed to appraise you in person. You don't mind?
That is your
Of course
wish.
not. As long as chaos reigns, we will never build a better world. And if the Field Marshal wishes to speak with me in person, then so be it.
That's...
I'll leave for... Would you send us...
Of course. Rutherford is already in the Dalmekian capital. I'll have him tell Havel to expect you for...
Excellent. Thank you, Uncle.
No.
Okay. So my plan here, as we are getting started, guys, is knock out everything at the hideout, of which there are many quests set up here. So talk to everyone here, then go and explore the world. Hopefully in doing so, that'll unlock more hunts. That'll finish me up. I'm only 1.5 levels away from max. I believe max level is 50. I'm level 48. I'm a third of the way through level 48. Still got 2. I've given up on money and I've equipped the dog ring just to help level up Torgal. So let's talk to everyone here at the hideout, and then we'll go out and explore the world. All right?
Ah, Clive. This is it then, brother.
Our last dance with Ultima awaits. Only the founder knows what's up there.
Indeed.
But whatever we find, we shall overcome it. We're not due to disappoint our friends. They all believe in you, Clive, and they'll follow you to the ends of the earth.
You're wrong.
Friends don't follow me, they spur me on.
Of course.
Joshua, what's wrong?
It's... nothing. I've received word from Cyril. The Undying have found Father's will.
His will.
In the crypt, beneath Rosalith Castle, after Kupka
Wow.
was kind enough to drive out the Imperials. The Undying took the opportunity to recover what relics of the Duchy yet remained, and in the process of doing so, they found a letter from Father.
I'm surprised anything survived down there.
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience.
Of course.
Of course. I want to know what's in that letter as much as you...
Very well.
Don't prioritize it because it'll knock out some of the stuff that's here. This is Doris.
Sid, do you have a moment?
By all means.
It's my old master. Seems there's no escaping her. She found some way to send me a letter and something else. Records from a Waluda prison. Seems they were keeping a lot of bearers there.
How did she come by such a...
Finding bearers always was her strong point, and it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of them. Foreign captives, the
Balmung
masterless.
Dark was the Colosseum we found
witness.
yesterday.
And even better for her. Bearers with no one to look after them.
Leaving the bearers to be liberated, but...
Sid, I'd like to... And while I'm well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers from traveling to Waloot, I can't let those bearers die in there.
We'll be needing the Enterprise if we're going to navigate the narrow.
Does that...
I'm making an exception, and we stay no longer than we have to. Ash is an inhospitable place at the best of times.
Thank you, Sid. There was a name in the prison register. A name from my past. Chadwick. Another of my former master's protégés. A gifted soldier, and the closest thing I had to family. The thought of him held captive in that place.
He must be very important.
He was.
Then we find him.
The entrance to the prison lies in the shadow of Ravenwit Walls. We should head there as quickly as we can.
As do I.
Okay. Nobody's tool.
Sid, I was wondering if you could help me.
It depends what we...
A bearer, but recently freed from his bonds. As you know, the work we do is not easy.
I don't mind, but why this one?
Because he wants to be a scout. Our ranks are filled with men and women capable of breaking chains and putting slavers to the sword. But scouting, we're few with the nose for that, which is why we still rely so heavily on Gav. And since he accompanies you on so many of your missions, I thought you might be better placed to recognize the traits in him that we should look for in those who'd fill his boots.
Okay.
Sounds reasonable.
So you happy to oversee the boy?
Sure.
One can never have two.
Truer words. I'll let the initiate know that he is to proceed directly to Northreach in
No time like the present.
no time like the present.
Okay, so that's up in Northreach. Easy enough. Where Isabella's last quest
Northreach.
is.
I don't suppose they could have chosen somewhere closer.
Vivian asked me to find a book for her.
Vivian, I read your note, and I'd be happy to help you find the book you're looking for.
Thank you, Clive. But tracking it down will not be easy.
Please. You have always granted me your wisdom and insight whenever I ask. It's only right that I return the favor.
You are too kind. Alas, what I ask of you is rather more trying than delivering the odd lecture. I spoke with Harpocrates to see if he had any inkling as to where another copy might be found. But perhaps...
If you say so.
Forgive me, Clive. But this book, it set me on the path to becoming who I am today.
Trust you to go and pick a fight with a bleeding god. I hadn't set up for all this excitement, you know.
No.
Sid did say the higher-ups wouldn't be too happy if I was trying to change the world. Oh, you got me there. And it ain't as if having anything better to do. No more lip out of me.
Is that right? Might be time to take a step back.
Let the fledglings spread their wing. Young Gout's as bright as the inside of a barrel, but his heart's in the right place. Constant failures never seem to dim his spirits either. Reckon the same might have been said of me when I was his age.
But if it weren't for Sid,
Giving me the room to fall and a hand to help me up, I would never have changed. There'd have to have been the Gouts leading Gouts, Clive, assuming we made it this far.
I know you'll do right by us, Clive.
Clive, no sooner have your wounds mended.
You found an excuse to go charging once more into the breach. Only because, my... Thanks to the expert administrations of the best healer this side of the belt. Save your honey tongue for Jill. Damn. You're talking about killing a god, Clive.
While I may not have Gav's nose,
I know danger when I smell it. Last time, I promise.
that's what I'm worried about.
I do.
What I truly like.
Is to share my knowledge of healing and herb lore with the realm. Every cure seems like a miracle to the child who knows nothing of medicine.
Or teach her medicine.
Suddenly the world without miracles doesn't seem so frightening.
Don't push yourself too hard, Clive.
Greetings, Lord Marquis. His Grace and I.
Often spoke on our travels, and a certain saying of his remains with me even now. Duty is the enemy of freedom.
At first,
Thought he spoke of his own plight. That though he was able to roam the land again, his duty to unearth the truth about Ultima prevented him from being truly free. But I came to understand that he spoke not of himself, but of me.
it was my duty to him.
that His Grace judged to be inimical to my own freedom. I believed that is why he bade me to remain here, that I might be last released from my duty to him. Few others in his position would allow the cares of a humble attendant to weigh so heavily upon them, nor take such drastic action in response.
My lord.
I am.
I know you fear for him, but I'll do everything in my power to keep him safe.
I do not doubt it.
I was only ever his temporary protector, now His Grace has bade me to protect the hideaway instead.
Thank you, Yud.
May you return safely.
Well, both of you.
May the Firebird's flame burn ever in your heart.
Thank you, my lord, for taking me in.
Alright, there we go. What's up here? One up top.
What do you think happened to Miss Midadol? I heard she was kicked out of the university.
Sid, you have to help us.
With what? You didn't take apart another of Mid's contraptions, did you?
No. Well, yes. But that's not what we want to talk to you about.
It's Miss Midadol. She's been acting strange. Very strange.
When she is, she acts like we aren't even there.
In the clouds.
That's what I said. In the clouds.
Well, she does have a lot on her mind.
Not long ago.
Then it's probably just about the Enterprise. It did take quite a battering on the way.
You didn't break it, did you, Sid? Don't listen to her. Even if...
But who's gonna put Miss Midadol back to...
Why don't I go and see if I can cheer her up?
You do that. She's in her...
Don't skip.
Thanks for the...
Okay.
I will not let them be forgotten.
I don't know you, Herman. Herman?
Sid, may I have a
Of course.
It is an honor to finally speak with you. My name is Herman. I've been with the Cursebreakers for some time. I wish to be deployed to Ash.
No. The lands across the Narrow are too dangerous. I will not send good men and women to risk their lives needlessly. Why would you want to go back?
I need to retrieve something. I was raised in an orphanage. The Badbach Conservatory, or rather...
I've been there.
I was held captive there. It was not a place of nurture. It existed solely to turn bearer children into mindless weapons. We were tortured until we feared no pain. Tormented until our hearts turned to stone, and few ever survived long enough to become tools of the last king.
I can't imagine.
I lost so many, but they must be remembered. The Institute was run with military precision. Every child measured, every name recorded, every death logged with meticulous care.
You were a good friend, but the fact remains that...
Sid.
Too dangerous for you. I'll go to Bad Backham.
You will?
I won't let you risk your life.
I don't...
You can start by telling me where I'll find this orphanage.
Vida Grace.
All right.
I've been there.
Lay them.
I've been to Bad Batch Orphanage.
The plains of Vida Grace have haunted my dreams.
Whee!
Has Midadol mentioned a new...
Mid, I need an airship.
If you have a...
That's it! I knew it! The answer was right here under my arse all along. If this doesn't steer to the skies, nothing will.
To the skies? You aren't trying to give the Enterprise wings.
What else would I be doing?
The children seem to think you're avoiding them. Is this really so important that you...
The Enterprise is already the fastest ship in the realm, and that's with the sea beneath. But what if she weren't bound to the waves? It's not fair. The gods get the skies all to themselves. The Fallen had their chance, but they relied too much on magic. And see where that got them, but not me. I've discovered how to do it without. Well, almost.
And is that a one-woman job?
Are you volunteering? But if a godfather's offering to lend a hand, I'd be happy to take it. First, I'll need oil, and not just some old drippings from Miss Molly's spits in the Tub and Crown.
Refined stuff, like they make in Aldale. Then I'll need some bone, or shell. Like...
If it's beast bones you're after,
No, they'll know where you might find some.
I should speak with one of the curse breakers before I set off for Old Hill. See if I can't find this bone while I'm there as well.
They make an oil down at the docks in Aldale that's as slippery as the sea nasties they render it
So that's
from.
in Rosaria.
With that and the bone I told you.
Okay. And then More Than Words is the quest about Torgal. I've seen Ronan around.
Come to buy us around.
Only if you earn it. Mid needs a piece of light but durable bone for her next project. You've encountered your share of beasts on your travels across the realm.
Most bones are the same. If it's durability you're looking for, shell will serve you better.
I do. Will any old adamantus?
Well, with shells, the older the harder. There's a rumour of an ancient adamantus down in Carava, near Old Bidza.
That's
What's
Stalmekia.
left of the village anyway, but don't expect to make quick.
I'll keep that in mind.
Normally I wouldn't recommend going anywhere near an adamantus, let alone one that's had a few centuries to let its temper simmer.
How long has it been since the jailers of Balmung abandoned their charge?
I did it, Sid. I made friends with all the animals in the hideaway.
Oh.
Wish I could go up there with right. Doesn't seem like
hardly
leave everything to you three. You keep Karen
You
safe.
can count. Be seeing ya.
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen our shows.
Hey, bud. What you looking at? Looking at the plants or looking at the
Hiding
water,
for
buddy?
Something, boy. What is it? What do you see out there? I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
From Sid, that's why.
That long ago.
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the clap that they're iron on him to keep him from...
What's wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a young age. Doubly hard in being a frost wolf. Sid would always tell him, you want that iron gone? You find what it is you're looking for. I reckon what he were looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Talk. Sorry for making you wait so long. Let's get that thing off you.
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you?
Aw.
You want me to go with you some?
Quick,
Okay.
aren't you?
Not nearly as much as you have, Lady Karen.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10 summers.
Your kindness is appreciated.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you.
Huh.
Where to, then?
If the crystal was to the west, this is to the east.
All right, Torgal. I'm going to need a little bit more than... Do you have a better hint for me? Unless... You've already given me one. Why don't we
For
try
Rosaria.
the rookery? I haven't been to the island in... almost 20 years. To Port Isolde, then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still there.
Make for the mooring outside Port Isolde. Okay.
Ah, Clive, my boy.
Hippocrates, I've been charged with locating a book called From a Distance.
And you seek a rare gem, one whose name I had not thought to hear from your lips.
Right as all, but she didn't seem keen to tell me very much.
And yet I gather it did naught to dissuade her. Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with obtaining a copy, I fear she asks the impossible. The executors would not allow it.
The executors?
Coveters of Secrets, a clandestine organization committed to the collection and intenebration of forbidden text, one such text being the tome Vivian seeks, chronicling as it does the true history of the enslavement of bearers, a tale which could overturn the established order, or so rumor has it.
How is it that I haven't heard of this organization?
Why, secrecy is the executor's watchword. They
I
lurk
like that
in the
concept.
shadows, emerging only to seize that which must be seized, be it books, inventions, or people.
Which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp, not
by the hand of the executors.
But what drives them?
Fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the executors can be recounted in a single breath. You may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers, or the identities of their leaders.
In my hunt, what was Vivian expect?
Not from thin air, no. From ash. Rumors of the executors are rife among the scholars of Storm, but rather less so across the strait. I had a friend in the village of Garnick. Alas, but though he did not mean, if you were...
Very well, I'll be
Gotcha.
sure to...
You know, there's one thing I want to check. Again, this stream is going to be mainly about knocking out as much of this content as I can before the end.
Welcome back, Sid. Shout if you need to.
I'm pretty sure I bought 3 rounds, and I think it's like 3,500, 3,800 I need to spend. 38,000, sorry.
Don't be a stranger, Sid.
There's one area I really don't go. Down to the bottom.
And how the hell is Sid gonna deal with that? What do you think that thing is?
It's a damn distraction, is what it is. Now back to work.
Good job, Bardolph. Always eye on the prize.
Sorry, can't take you where you need to get to, but the Argo and me will be waiting when you get back.
Right. First and foremost to the Odd Hill Docks.
Midsoil. After what happened here, I left it all.
You're finished!
Did you know Joshua's with us?
This should be enough.
With Odd Hill. Let's warp down here. This should be the quest for Torgal.
It's still here. A lot smaller than I remember, and you're a lot bigger. I wasn't being serious.
You two go on without me. I doubt that boat will hold a third.
If you're sure. Hop in, boy.
That boat looks definitely big enough for a wolf and 2 people. But you can't leave the wolf in with one, and you can't leave the wolf with the goose.
This place hasn't changed at all. The rookery's right through those trees. Come on.
Oh, missed. Oh, it's just this whole little map. That's cool.
Race you there? I bet I could still beat you.
Do we have a treehouse?
Here we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal?
Torgal can definitely jump that now, yeah. I would ask how Torgal climbs a ladder, but he can jump real high.
Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, Shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy?
Armor?
This is all from the castle. And Phoenix Gate. Did you bring these here?
Is that my training sword?
Sparring sword.
Buddy? God, Torgal's the best.
Well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy?
God, Torgal's the best. Torgal is a top-tier companion.
For never giving up. For never forgetting.
Oh!
Let's take this with us, shall we?
Oh, is it going to be a memento?
So I don't forget either.
Further in, there's going to be a fight or something, right?
That's not the way back to the... All right.
Love, you deserve pets. I haven't given you pets in a while.
I think I know where we're going.
I mean, even with the purple sky, that's gorgeous.
People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you, but without it, we wouldn't be who we are today, and we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal.
Just a nice to you. Torgal wanted me to know he waited for me and he was looking for me. It's Futurama all over again. Oh. Cavil's Fang Plus. Shard's Sparring Sword. Clive's old sparring sword salvaged by a faithful friend in the aftermath of the Ironblood invasion 18 winters past. Remember, Clive, your blade is not your only weapon. Rodney Murdoch. Let's be up. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Torgal's a good boy.
Sorry for the wait. We're ready.
A lot down there. We're doing all right. I probably will not be able to get all of these until New Game Plus. Back to Northreach, where we could do this and finish Isabella's quest line now. Any of these shops? Nope, it's only this one now, right? Okay.
Nazaire might at least have mentioned where in Northreach he'd be testing this recruit.
I'm nervous. Is it alright to be nervous?
Well met, Cid. This is the Initiate. Ember?
At your service, Master.
Please, just Cid. There are no masters here.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Cid. The sergeant says you'll be evaluating me at my trial.
To become a scout, yes. You are aware of the dangers inherent in that role.
I am. But I swore I'd face them. Just like the man who saved my life.
Who would that be?
Gav.
It was him who found me and freed me. No magic, no support, just one man and his nose. It taught me what one man can do, and I've been training ever since.
You clearly have good intentions, Ember. And it sounds like you're under no illusions.
So...
Not far from here is an Imperial lookout, Eastwatch. The guards there record all their sightings in a log and bring it here.
And bring it here?
No. Sneaking into a heavily guarded Imperial outpost and stealing the logbook would be quite... You'll need to assess the situation, determine it all without being discovered, and thrown...
Ember, Gav isn't our best scout because he can do everything.
Know my limits. I won't let you down.
It shouldn't be as dangerous as I made out. But keep a weather eye on him all the same.
On my way. All right, Ember. Impress me.
Even now, the capital has moved. The Empire keeps the watchtowers overlooking royal meadows and the Sea of Grace manned.
Okay.
But only by skeleton.
It's a trial, not a death sentence. I like that.
This one. This one.
All right. This is gonna be... This is one of the very first side locations that I cleared, so this should be a cakewalk, my guy.
These are clean kills. Perhaps young Ember really is ready. Or maybe not. Damn it.
Oh, no, okay, that's reasonable.
Draw your sword!
I can't.
Then run!
If you want him, you'll have to go through me.
FBI!
Nice try.
Tot Avis.
To me, boy. Garuda! Over here!
That should do it. There you go. Tot Avis.
Ember. Gone.
So I'm wondering if that was an official Imperial dragon? Or just bad luck? We are in the Dragon's Eyrie. There are dragons that wander about. Hey, did he come back here?
I didn't... Where is Ember?
He must have fled. He was just standing there. Didn't he? He was nowhere to be seen.
I knew the boy had a nervous...
The right man for the...
Got it?
I believe this is the...
Don't you tell me you breached the tower while...
What? To bring the thing back without getting...
He has you then, Nazaire.
But Sid!
He did what he thought was best.
Of course. Don't you leave my sight.
Yes, Sergeant.
This won't be an easy decision.
A fortress?
The garrison is threatening to pull their sentries from the markets.
The Duke might have soldiers at his beck and call.
How things are going at the garrison?
The Dane. No one else.
I would speak with this Duke about the demands he's made of me and my fellow traders.
Yeah? And why would he want to speak with you? Now, piss off!
Saw the captain just now. Wasn't wearing his uniform.
Because he handed it in along with his sword. Said he'd find a better way to protect the town.
Hang the Duke and his bloody garrison.
Yeah, everyone's all...
Your town needs you.
Alright, let's talk to Isabel.
Do you have a moment?
What is it?
It's the Duke, unsurprisingly. His Eminence has assumed full control of the garrison and put every able-bodied man to work. The town was left all but unguarded, so Philippe was compelled to form a citizens' watch, and though my dear boys have been characteristically willing to, so I was wondering if you would lend them your strength.
Of course.
Of course.
Thank you, Philippe told me he had men stationed.
Where can I find the mistress of this establishment?
Here, my lady. To whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
My name is Sabine, and it is my displeasure to be the daughter of the Duke of Oriflamme. However, I wish to speak to you about what...
Very well. I trust you'll forgive me.
Absolutely.
Please.
As you know, my father is a most overbearing and supercilious man, and I join you in objecting to his every action.
Fun.
Indeed, I owe you my thanks for continuing to argue against his... Yet I fear he is not one to be swayed by reason. He must be made to face the consequences.
And who?
I would. Myself, were you to join us, we would surely have the strength to drive him from North...
Does that not seem a trifle...
Drastic action is precisely what is called. My father would have it that citizens exist only to serve the Empire. That they should be forced to make every sacrifice to ensure her revival.
Bean's got a good head on her shoulder.
Wrong. It is not the people who must serve the Empire, but the Empire who must serve her people. Scornful of the opinions of anyone he judged beneath him, but he cannot be allowed to ride roughshod. We must fight him.
Fight him? Respectfully, my lady. Our only chance of saving this town depends upon... While I understand your frustrations, I cling to the hope that he may yet...
False hope. But I see that your mind is made up. If you will extend me, I bid you good day.
She certainly has spirit.
Indeed. Which may be enough to seal the fate of this town. This is all about her and her
Family.
I'm sorry. Yes. But perhaps it's better that you heard them from him.
Right away.
It's just a pity I cannot join you.
Under new management 2.
The task of organizing the town watch has been taking up a great deal of Philippe's time.
It's not only control of the garrison. You heard what she said? The Duke.
The Lord.
Lord leaves his tower to build a new keep.
What does the Dame have to say about all this, I wonder? You've heard, then? The Duke plans to make Northreach a fortress, and would have the townspeople pay for it. We are not only...
What did the Duke expect?
The merchants...
Please, if you're a true son of...
That's exactly what I am. Or trying to, at least. The land...
Even when our true enemy... Fine. You're not the... Thank you so much.
She cornered you too.
Could hardly get a word in edgeways. Like father, like...
She made an uninvited appearance at the Vale, hoping to convince the Dame to join her in fomenting rebellion.
I bet that... Anyway, what brings...
Our mutual friend thought you might welcome some help.
Oh, right, as always. We've had some reports.
They're back.
Seems that way. We haven't been able to confirm anything yet.
Right.
You know Grieger's Weep? One of the sightings played...
I'm on my way.
Thank you, Clark. I'll look into one of the other sightings.
Let's pull up the map. All right, right there. Easy enough.
Damn it. The reports were true. I need to stop them before they get to the town.
Kill!
This one. It's over. Now, Torgal! Torgal, kill! Sicker! This one.
Burn them all. Cool, easy enough. We're not flying through experience. I did a little grinding off stream, and that.
Call that a test, Ultima?
Clive! Are you alright?
I am. I dispatched the few that I...
Well, that's something. But what were they doing south of town? We might be able to fend off an attack from one side.
Do you have eyes in the north?
Some. You head back to Northreach. I want you there.
What do you mean?
Her ladyship's been busy stirring up ill feeling towards her father.
What? I'll do what I can. Be careful out there.
Don't worry, I'm not like you.
Do you not see, Father? The people of Northreach have given enough, and only a fool would ask for more.
Listen to me, Sabine. Where would our people be without their country, hmm? The Empire is their sword and their shield. It is she that ensures they can live without fear.
Ha!
And now she teeters on the brink. Without their sword, how will the people fight? Without their shield, how will they protect their kin? Can the unarmed stand against the advancing hordes? No. But there is yet hope. A new shield, a new sword. A new empire.
Your own greed that drives you.
We can rebuild Sandbreck, just as Great Griga wills it.
Perhaps we could, Father. But we don't want to. Not if it is built on the broken backs of the people.
Please, let us not quarrel in the street. You must see that no good will come of this. Our fight is not with each other, but with the threat that draws ever closer to our gates. A threat that your sword has yet to rid us of, Your Eminence.
You will hold your tongue, whore. You may have filled my daughter's head with your heresy, but I will not be corrupted.
Corrupted? Your daughter's opinions are her own, as you would know if you had ever deigned to listen to her. At least I hope they are your opinions, and not posturing born of a family feud. Northreach deserves better than that.
Northreach deserves better than you, Carla. Yes, I know who you are. The slut of Twinside who bedded a Brandit.
I'm gonna kill this guy.
Jealous, are you? That a woman might choose a bearer over a pious man of Griga.
Clive! I met a swarm of thralls coming south from Oriflamme. Hundreds of them. Too many to count.
No. Work on the fortifications has scarcely begun. We will retreat to Caer Norvent and there make our stand.
And abandon all of Northreach.
Did you hear me? That was an order!
While this is but a heartfelt plea, let us make our stand here and protect our homes. Protect those that we love. Together, for Northreach!
You heard the dame. What are we waiting for?
There you go, Philippe.
Pikemen to the gates. Archers to the roofs. Quickly, come on.
Leave only the Duke and his daughter behind. Well, everyone goes to defend their home.
She is but a common
Whore, yes. And we'd follow her to the gates of hell.
You're no one, my guy. You're just a big old nothing.
The men have their orders. I got them spaced out at regular intervals.
Thank you, Philippe. Rest assured the people will play their part. The herbalist has donated her stock of medicine. Should any of your men be injured, take them to the vet.
Thank you, Millet.
I'll play my part. You still want for numbers. I only hope I can go some way to Philippe, can I leave the south in your hands? I doubt the thralls by the lake.
Of course. I'll lead a party. What about you?
I'll make my way up the road. I fought a few of these things.
All right.
Thank you.
You can thank.
Till then, but...
All the people are rallied.
See that you come back safe, Clive. And we shall do everything we can to ensure the town is still here when you do.
And we'll be ready for them. We've got ointments and linens aplenty.
I have served the Duke for many years, and I hope to do so for many more. But I cannot turn my back on these people.
Good job, attendant.
Our people.
When the fighting begins, we can take refuge in the barracks. We'll be safe there.
I want to hear what these two think.
Merciful Creek. Wherefore would you forsake me?
Father.
I want steel in the hands of every man or woman willing to fight.
Good job. This is cool. This is good. This is what I want to see more of.
This is not a tale, children. The monsters are coming. We have to hide.
But what about the knights? They'll save us, won't they?
The brave knights will fight, as they are wont to do. Gotta know. This is true.
Are these all the weapons you've got? If you don't mind a few nicks and some rust, I might be able to round up a few more.
Good. Even the worst abuser in the game.
You're here to fight. If you'll give us swords.
Awesome. I'm very invested in this romance right here.
If fight I must, then fight I shall. For us.
As I knew you would.
Those with the worst wounds are to be treated here. See that the beds are made up. I hear they're handing out swords in the barracks.
All right.
We can help with the wounded.
Hopefully you won't have to.
If any get by, you can trust we'll be here to meet them head on.
Ready, girl? Faster!
Let's get Ambrosia.
There are so many of them.
Not for long.
start out with a nice big attack. Burn them all.
Is it over? No. It's only just begun.
I've heard Torgal. To me, boy.
Unless you're ready.
Over here!
Good enough. Look at that, it's melting his HP. And that'll melt him. Done. There you go. I love that his attack is called Spirits Within. He's all death, and but Spirits Within is so inexorably tied to Final Fantasy with that movie. Very expensive. Very. I don't even know what I was trying to say there. Ahead of its time. An individual movie, not good, but interesting and experimental. That's the
That looks to be the last. I wonder how the others fared. Better hurry back to town.
Clive, it's good to see you.
And you. The road to Oriflamme is clear. How did you and your men fare?
Well, we ended up fighting for our lives down by the lake. Took a few nicks.
Glad to hear it.
Well, it seems we've survived. I thank you both for answering the call.
You were right, and I was wrong. I had thought that the only way to unite the people was under the banner of Empire, that without a strong hand to guide them, they would drift apart. To be borne hither and yon by the eddying currents of fate. But you brought them together, not by force, nor by the exercise of goddess-given authority, but by simply being one of them.
Our purpose was ever the same.
You just heard a dick about
You were
it.
merely distracted by a loftier vision.
You have the right of it again, as did you. His Radiance said it himself. Sanbreque is naught without her citizen. I forgot that.
I'm sorry too. I should never have taken things so far. I only wanted you to understand how the people felt, how I felt.
Do not blame yourself. I should have listened to you.
Your Eminence, your ladyship. But I believe the same could be said of we all want safety, security, prosperity. Not just for Northreach, but for the entire realm. And we may yet achieve. Will you join us?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Em. Now that that is settled, I must go and see to the wounded. And today there are more than...
Madame Isabel is a rare soul. I see that it is not men like me who should lead the realm, but women like her.
You're right.
Forgive me for saying so, milady, but just the dame said it herself. We can turn things around.
Yeah.
We just have to work together, and that goes for you. You're one of us now.
One of you?
Well said, Captain.
Well, I should see if Isabel needs any help moving the wounded.
Good. They learned their lesson. That's awesome.
Can we get you anything? A room at the Ville would be nice.
Thanks for standing with us.
I'm sorry we didn't sooner.
You too are a friend of Madame Isabel's, are you not? The sellsword won over to the cause by her brave example.
Something like that.
Remarkable.
I only wanted what was best for Northreach, for Sanbreque. And I still do. But this time, I will go about things the right way, in concert with others, rather than in spite of them.
Thanks for your help, Clive. We couldn't have done it without you. Now all we need is for their eminences to start pulling their weight.
Okay. One thing that is still getting to me. What is that? There's a giant crystal off the shore here. And to my knowledge, that has never been explained yet. Could it have something to do with Leviathan Lost, maybe? That'd be cool. That'd be neat.
One of the dames, aren't you? Leave it to her to spot an able body.
There you go.
Now, what story would you like to hear now?
We'll have your blades oiled and return to you by nightfall.
Will you lend me a hand? They're still injured in the
Oh no.
Just a little further.
This the last one?
We did it! Kiss me.
Oh, lonely soldier. Good job.
How goes the treatment of... I'll be happy to man one end of a stretcher if it...
You've helped quite enough for one day, Clive.
Don't mention it.
Oh, but I must.
Tell me, if Northreach had fallen, what would you have done? A woman of your means could find a home anywhere in the realm, but I sense you would rather have died here.
It's a long story.
For you, madame, I have all the time in the world.
Very well. Long ago, I had a life in the crystalline domain. I was Carla then, courtesan to the nobility. So sought after was I that it was only they who could afford my time. Alas, those halcyon days were not to laugh. For naive as I was, I fell in love with a bearer. He was my master's guard, the gentlest man I have ever known. After they discovered us together, he was whipped bloody, and so we fled. Not that we had anywhere to flee to. Until we found ourselves here. It was the Veil that took us in, that fed us, those that could be healed at least.
He passed away.
He did. Not long after we arrived, but at least we were able to share a few moments of peace. It was the greatest gift I have ever received. But the generosity of this town and her people did not end there. The men and women of the Veil supported me, though I was still a stranger to them. They treated me like a sister.
Huh?
And so I swore that I would always do the same, that I would return the kindness that Northreach showed me, that I would repay my debt to the Veil.
Thank you, Isabel. for sharing this with...
You're a lot like him. Perhaps that is why I have such a soft spot for you. Never stop fighting, Clive. And I shan't either. I know that it will not be easy. The people, the soldiers, even the Duke of Oriflamme and his daughter, all united in defense of this town. And what of you? Can we count on your support?
Always.
Always and forever. Quest complete. Reputation, experience. The Vale signboard and Orichalcum, yes!
We have brought Northreach together. Now the fight begins to keep her together.
Alright. So I believe we need one more Darksteel and one more Orichalcum. New missive in Clive's chambers. Yeah, let me check. Pretty sure that's all it was. It was one more of each.
What Sancfordian do you?
Raf. Rotherdamerong. One more Orichalcum, one more Darksteel.
That it? Fine.
I'll check that. We're gonna get more rewards.
You should have seen him. The thing didn't stand a chance.
Welcome back, Cid.
Welcome back, Cid.
Yes. Welcome back. Trip wasn't too much of a pain in the arse. Truth be told, it was me who suggested roping you into it. But from what I hear...
No. Ember lost his nerve in the face of it, but he didn't lose heart. He pressed on, and he achieved his aim. And is that not what we ask of our scout?
Indeed it is. The fact remains, however, that Ember will not always have a battle-hardened warrior on hand to pluck him from the jaws of peril. All I have gleaned from this trial is that without someone watching his back...
Wait, Sergeant. Ember still has much to learn, and this time he was found wanting. After all, he did do as you asked.
With a bit of hard work, any hand can be made to hold a blade, and any mind can conquer its feet. But a scout's nose is different. You've either got one, and by sniffing out that log, young Ember here has shown he has a conch and a wouldn't do to waste it.
Fine.
I'll do whatever. I'll spend my days and nights in the pit if I'll show you.
Good. You have the nose for it, you just need the metal for it.
There, but his heart's in the right place. Just like someone else, Ween. And if you ask me, we've been leaning on him for far too long. That time the curse breakers took some of the weight off his shoulders, I reckon.
It couldn't hurt.
Just don't tell Gav I said so, will you? I won't have him thinking he's been hard done by. Next thing you know, he'll be asking for a day off.
Forgive me, Cid. This did not play out as I expected.
Things really do these days, but that's why we need men like Ember more than ever. Men who can make the best out of a bad situation. Remember that.
I will, Cid.
Orichalcum. Breath of Lightning Pile Drive.
Cid, I wanted you to know. I will be taking personal responsibility for Ember's combat training, and I will not let you down.
Silver Linings, that's where Gav was stationed.
Normally, I wouldn't recommend going anywhere near an Adamantus.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon.
Genji
Here's
gloves!
everything we've received and everything promised.
If the drunken galley captain I shared a table with last night is to be believed, word of your exploits have made their way across the seas to the great continent. What is more, she claims that there are those who would see you flourish, herself being one such woman, and she sent Genji glove.
You earned this.
Hi, Gareth.
Best of luck out there, Sid.
All damage is increased by 5%. That's not bad. The island warriors of the Far East are said to claim a piece of armor of a slain soldier following a battle, wearing it over their own until the next encounter. Warriors believe the spirit of Fallen will now lend them their strength. That's pretty cool. Two new hunts. Knight of the Splendid Heart and the Grim Reaper. There's a saying among the Imperial soldiers of the Northreach garrison, steer clear of the drowned tower, lest the specter's sickle reap your root. They speak typically on good terms of the thrall that dwells within... Oh, it's probably a lich with the scythe. That dwells within the Ether Flood. One whose frightful aspect and command over lesser minions would appear to make him a high-ranking member of his species. Cape Orsier in Sombrec. Most pilgrims of the Holy Capital pass through the Penitent's Gate on the road from the Royal Meadows. Of late, however, a knight in shining armor has elected to station himself beside the entrance, accusing any and all passerbys of being Sid the Outlaw, the one who led Prince Dion down the path to destruction, and challenging them to a duel to the death. The Penitent Gate in Sombrec. Knight of the Splendid Heart. So it's a Reaper and a Dragoon. Enjoy the music for a hot sec, guys. I'm going to take a quick bio break. Then I am going to maybe talk to Gavin, take care of those two quests. Before we move to Dalmekia. And maybe I'm just going to check to see where I can get more Orichalcum done. After done. Okay, yep, I definitely need to go that way. Because this is it. Duty Undying 2 gets you an Orichalcum. And the Grim Reaper Hunt gets you a Darksteel. I know exactly what I'm going to do next.
Back to Tabor then. Not to be reunited.
Oh, I also did get one new Orchestrion role.
Welcome back, Sid. The usual.
Gulp, gulp, gulp.
Oh, you're not leaving already, are you?
You look like you could do with a drink.
I'll do one more.
Shout.
We'll go by 500s until we get to the...
Oh, keep your mug handy.
You alright?
Something troubling you?
No, it's just... Eda's baby will be coming soon, and I wanted to make something for it.
I'm sure she'd like...
Back in the north, families would always make gifts when a bairn was on the way. Let the little tykes know they were welcome in their new home.
So?
Now, the problem is that Eda's due any...
I'll help you complete a gift.
All right, then.
A good luck...
Not just a...
No. One made from the feather of a silver chocolate. There's not lucky, and thing is, they're hard to come by.
Only the big day is fast approaching.
That or the bird whose horse it's attached to.
Well, there's no shortage of... I think I might make that my first port of...
You're a good...
Cool. That's in Rosaria.
Can't say I've ever seen a silver chocobo myself, but I have seen one of their feathers.
What can I get you, Sid? The...
Fun. And trophy
Don't
pops
be a
up.
stranger, Sid.
Oh, not yet. Oh, that's cool. It's the curse breaker symbol. Start here at the Penitent Gate. I will say, dragoons look cool as hell. Knight of the Splendid Heart.
You're the outlaw! The one who drove His Highness to madness! On your knees!
He hasn't heard. And he doesn't look like he's willing to listen.
There's a double Mirage Dust. It's melting him and we're restoring my HP. Throw the stagger gauge. Nice. There we go. Knight of Resplendent Heart. I love it. Doesn't match the naming scheme. Night of Blinding Dawn. Night of Dying Sun. Night of Lasting Dark. 17,000. 2,000 experience doesn't hurt him.
Dion would have been glad to have you back at his side.
Still no. Watch. Cape Orsier is over here, so it's down that way.
That's better. Come on. Fly, Ambrosia.
Excuse me, birds. I'm just gonna run right past you and grab this, if that's alright. Gobos. Dragon. Goblins. Herbs. I'm betting it's going to be up there on that platform. In the middle of an ether flood. It's a red and blue Prince of Death. All right, special lich called the Prince of Death, aka the Grim Reaper.
That's another one. Let's try.
Good. Alright, that's melting him at an alright pace. Damn it. Good, we got it. We got it. We're fine. Right at the end. Right at the end.
You lose.
Boom. Boom, baby. Dark steel. Similar to iron, yet darker, harder, and heavier. Where whatever fell magic's ultimate employed in its creation, the metal has thus proven far impossible to reproduce. Obtained by defeating Thanatos or the Prince of Death. There you go.
I'm getting tired of these things.
That's a mystery to me. Quickly go to Northreach, buy some, restock the potions. Okay, so the people change their
And how
tunes.
might I help the garrison today?
Well, what have you got?
Merchant and Garrison working together.
Garrison said they take another 100 of me pitch pots.
Those wights will think twice before attacking us.
This has been the Dame's town for as long as I can remember. No blue blood's gonna change that.
Yeah, and there's Garrison out here defending the south of town.
Got
It's
any
awesome.
more of those special elixirs?
Yeah.
Right.
I know what you're looking for, my guy.
And what can I do for you?
Got a big night planned at the Vale.
You've a keen eye. I do like a customer who knows what he wants. Come back again.
The garrison did away with posting guards here at the wall. Now any man, woman or branded can pass freely.
Why do you sound so angry
Seems
about
the
that?
Duke's had a change of heart.
I doubt he had a heart to begin. We were worried the peace might be short-lived. But Philippe's promised the watch will keep us safe.
We've got more pips than the
I
Vale's
hear
got
the Duke's
paps,
agreed to let
and
us
they're all
keep
just
our
as
land.
sweet.
For now, at least.
What? Didn't expect to see me here at the gates. I told you, I'm finished with the garrison.
My loyalties still lie with the Dame. You're a good dude, Philippe.
You take that bread to the garrison.
Fuck, lad. Alright, we're gonna fast travel to Tabor first.
The bearer of the burning quill is within my...
Hey, Cyril.
Your Grace, my lord, I trust your journey was not overly onerous.
Cyril, you found a letter from Father?
Yes. If you would do us the honor, my lord.
My beloved sons, I know that I ask much of you in the coming war, but I see no other way to secure the future of our duchy and our family. Yet even should we succeed in subduing the savages and winning back Drake's breath, the threat of the Blight still looms. And only with all Rosaria striving as one might we at last overcome it. I had made plans to see us through, but such are the obstacles that stand in our way, it shall likely fall to you to continue my work. I know that you have the strength, the courage, and the will to do so. This shall be an arduous inheritance, and so I offer you another, that you might be reminded of the love, the faith that I hold for both of you. Father, Elwyn.
An inheritance?
It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive shortly before his...
The day before we left for Phoenixgate. What are these plans?
His plans for the duchy, Your Grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill, the complete emancipation of bearers. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse.
Wow.
And the founding of a new university to further the development of non-magical technologies, with the Blight spreading ever more widely across the Twins. Archduke Elwyn saw this as the only means of securing Rosaria's survival.
He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals. Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime.
But he thought it achievable, nor would he have entrusted his vision to his most faithful aide, those who would have stood with you. Wow. Shielded you from the machinations of the less benevolent personages at court.
It's a pity only they are still with us.
It is true that those most loyal to your father were the first to suffer the Duchess's wrath, but one at least remains.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain. After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering His Grace's will.
And where is this one?
She awaits you in the archive.
Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
You're an interesting one, Cyril. Oh, where there's a will. Oh my god, that's a great name for a quest.
News has reached us of the black bulk that soars over the strait. Lord Cyril has ordered our survey teams to investigate it forthwith. It would seem that your battle is coming to a head, my lord. I pray that you and your brother will emerge victorious. May the Firebird...
Lord Marquis?
What is it?
One of our brethren lately journeyed across the strait in order to pursue a new avenue of inquiry. He sent an owl some while ago.
Was he surveying another fallen?
No. The object of his study was a savior cult that has arisen in Ash in recent years.
Okay, more Circle of Malleus.
Connection to the Circle of Malleus, an ancient religion. By gaining an understanding of this new faith, we hoped to learn more of the Circle's original beliefs.
And so you sent one of your brothers to Ash?
Fully cognizant, I entrusted the mission to one of the most able of our order, the Third Chair, a master of the arts of combat and survival both. Though he has been silent for some days, yet it seemed only right, for as you so earnestly advised me, it would not do to abandon a man to his fate, when he might yet be saved.
But Ash is a big place.
Perhaps. The last Mickleburg was... It lies in the southern reaches of Wool. If aught...
Right.
You go then.
Okay, that's the quest I want to prioritize.
When last I heard from him, the third chair was bound for Mickleburg. If you...
Oh, that was one of the areas I could not get to. Let's travel to the edge of infinity and north. There was one area that was blocked off. There we go.
Come on.
I mean, hey, I'll admit, Porgal is a very good boy, and is probably the best boy, and one of the best doggo companions in gaming. And I kind of wish we got a little more with Ambrosia. I know Ambrosia is a missable encounter if you don't do that quest. But I do wish we got to see a little bit more of Ambrosia in the story. Because they saved us at the start of the game. And they lost an eye doing so. Get out of my way. Wait.
Might this be Mickleburg?
Yes, there was a door here. Why were these people spared?
Turn. And the village seems safe enough. What is going?
Ah.
Heed the call. No, to be honest,
Is that...
What are you doing here?
It is my home. The others...
You keep saying...
They came to perform the rite. Just as King Barnabas instructed. This
Oh, boy.
village is their altar, where they shall cast their souls.
Give them some...
Oh, Lord, let us be reborn. Free us from the...
They want to be... Forgive me.
You mean the traveler from Stone? Yes.
Thank you.
They seek the same salvation Barnabas did.
Bring us salvation.
At least the third chair still lives. Let's go and find him.
Your friend with the cowl has been staying with me.
I'm gonna have to kill these people. Not that I want to, that's just a guess about how this game has gone so far. Where this is going to lead. The Chronicle of Mirkvar, being a collection of tales that recounted his most exalted majesty, Lord Bjornhard of Veldermark. Lord Bernhard was a race of men who commanded the most forbidden of forbidden magics. You ever tell of the executors? Oh, those charged with driving out the heretics. The order had its origins in the Crystalline Dominion by those by whose rulers' decree it was tasked with the protection of mankind and sent forth to extinguish forbidden magic wherever rumors of it might arise. Having in due course succeeded in their mission and driven the utters of the unutterable from the land, Secret of Souls withdrew from the stage and never heard from again. Well, hey, that's cool. On a completely unrelated quest, I learned more about the executors.
Are you with the Undying?
I am. And so it would appear Lord Rosfield.
That's right, and you must be the third chair.
I am.
Cyril was worried for your safety.
Then I must apologize. I did not mean to trouble the bearer.
He said that you had failed to report.
I came here to study the followers of this new faith. But the more I learn, you have seen them at their They devote themselves to the veneration of their Lord, praying night and day that they might be rid of their wicked will. Not that they might be granted respite from their worldly woes, but so that they might continue to serve him with all of their being. I, too, swore to devote my life to the service of my Lord and Master.
So their incredible faith made you doubt your own. All right.
See these people safe, that they might do their duty to their law.
You do understand?
I do, my lord. They would cast aside their wills and become Akashic. I know that it may be hard to believe. Forgive me, my lord. Did you hear that, my lord?
I'll go and find out.
I mean, like, that's insane. Like, hey, yeah, their dream is to become Akashic. I'm immediately going to kill them as soon as that happens. You know that an Aether Flood just popped up.
An Aether Flood. Echoes as well. Found her. Ready, brother? Ready.
Now, Torgal! Over here! Sickle! Go, Torgal! Attack! Go, Torgal!
Pew, 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 pew. They're all going to turn Akashic? Oh, it's an elevator. So that thump was the elevator coming up and bringing the fallen. Oh, dear. Like a magma
We meet again.
iron giant. Titus.
To me, Blades! Over here!
All right, down to half. We got it. We're good. Barely we got it, though. dead. Pop, pop. Goodbye, Titus. It's become thick, and all of them have turned to Kashyyyk.
Damn it.
My dude.
Don't you die. Come on, speak to me.
I had to save them, that they might have a chance to find true salvation.
Ultima does not offer salvation. He only offers...
Devoting themselves to the service of their Lord.
I'm gonna go kill them all right now.
Just as I did.
Oh god, you suck.
When
Third
the
chair.
Undying plucked me from the gutter and gave me a cause to believe in. A duty to serve was everything to me. And I would not deny them that fulfillment, even if they must become a Kashyyyk in order to achieve it.
Hey man, I respect their religion. It's a dumb one, but
my Lord Marquis, I did not mean
you
to
can
trouble
respect
you
their
with this.
right to choose a religion.
My findings. Could you,
You didn't
deliver
have
them to Master Cyril for me?
Of course. Your duty will be done.
Look, my lord.
I'm gonna go kill them all right now.
They are saved.
No, they're... God, you suck. The third chair died like an idiot. Here's his report.
They are saved. I should get this reported.
Here you go. He died literally for nothing. I'm sorry, that might be the dumbest quest so far.
My lord, I'm glad.
I met with your third chair, sir.
Thank you. He remained?
He died protecting the... I buried him in Mickleby.
If you could not...
The villagers, they prayed to their god that they might be unburdened. Then an ether flood came. Your brother sacrificed himself, even knowing that that life was death by another.
Then he perished defending liberty.
Uh-huh.
For the right to choose how one dies is no less sacred than the right to choose how one lives.
It's a suicide cult, then. Yeah.
Sid would agree.
A noble ambition. It matters not how misguided others might judge, only that the decision is one's own. We live according to the teachings of our order, for better or worse.
But he didn't die for your creed, and you still believe that...
I believe we of the Undying are not slaves, and this was his.
I'd like to know this man's name, to know the names of all the Undying. They died serving my house. That is my...
Of course. I shall fetch the Book of Martyrs. My lord, the greatest honor of my life to serve House Rosfield. Though our duties may differ, yours is no less important. And were they here, I have no doubt but that every one of my fallen brothers and sisters would feel the same.
Oh, the emblem of the Undying's headquarters in Tambor. The village is home to the finest leatherworkers and lapidaries in Dalmekia, whom are aware of their affable new neighbors. Little aware of their affable neighbors, are a member of a secret society sworn to serve the Phoenix. The Orichalcum. You know what that means. You know what it's time for. We got 3 Orichalcum. We got 2 Darksteel. We got a horn from a little goblin boy. Back to the hideaway. New missive in Clive's chambers. I'll check it out later.
Welcome back, Sid. The usual.
Oh, you're not leaving already, are you?
Celebration of winning those battles.
Trouble with your gear, or crack the crystal?
Kill a god, save the world. Miss anything? God, Blackthorn, you're the best. That's pretty much the plan.
One, but then
Forging a kit to kill a god. It's kind of what I want to do now. It uses Ragnarok. So if Ragnarok was forged to mark the war of the gods, then Götterdämmerung, meaning twilight of the gods, was forged to mark the fall of those self-same deities. Ooh, baby.
not bad, if I do say so myself.
Half past twilight, craft the legendary sword Götterdämmerung.
Anything else?
So it looks a lot like Ragnarok, but it's just a little lighter in color. Has a, I forget the name of the red seam down the middle of the blade. It's red here, but the seam down the middle of the blade looks cool. It's got the biggest numbers.
Let's hope one of the merchants here has what Gav needs.
Ah, Lord Rossfield. Don't look so surprised. I expect the Burning Quill already told you that the Undying have eyes everywhere, and mine
Brennan's a member of the...
and the rest. I wanted to thank you, my lord, for all you've done for our people.
Brennan is a member of the Undying. That's cool.
In the heart of every true-born Rosarian.
Can't say it wasn't a relief to see the better part of the Guardians finally.
You look like you could do with a drink. When I was a little girl...
My family owned a bear. They let her sleep in the corner of the barn and had her play with me and teach me letters. We never ate together or slept under the same roof, but even so, she was like family. I was with her on the day she died. She held me in her arms and whispered, "My darling Martha, I'm glad you didn't awaken." It was only years later that I found out she wasn't just a servant, she was my grandmother.
My grandmother?
I watched her die in the corner of a barn on a pile of straw.
Then and there.
I was going to do everything in my power to bring an end to all of this. All this. To never stop fighting until the day when bears can live free. Weren't long after Roosevelt got ransacked that Sir Wade and his men turned up at our gates begging for shelter.
Right up us.
Stayed at the mall, all dressed in filthy rags. We were worried they might be cutthroats. But some of the folk they'd helped escape from the capital recognized them.
Thank goodness they did.
Couldn't have ever dreamed a better guest than the Guardians. The way they took to the bears under their wings and taught the Blood Axes how to fight like true shields of Rosaria. And when night fell, they all gathered around a bonfire to sing songs of the old duchy.
Like being back in the glory days. Half of me wishes they hadn't left.
But the other half knows they're better up there. Guys working hard. How's the rest doing?
Exactly a bed of roses.
But we've got ether floods cropping up all over. New arrivals turn up at the gates near enough every day, begging us to take them in. Ever since the skies turned, it's been a struggle to survive. You won't hear any of us complaining. Not least because we're finally free of the Empire's grip. Not to fear for the bears. We can even treat them like human beings like they are.
And that's just a start.
If we can make a good go of Eastpool, it'll show the rest of the realm you can live without magic, without slaves, that we can all be free. Good for you, Martha.
Come back and visit, all right?
Are the bearers taking well to their new homes, you know?
Wonderful creatures, chocobos are. They're fast.
Excuse me.
Oh, well.
A silver chocobo.
Oh, or maybe not. Though you're not the first to mention the bird around. There was a man stopped by the rest not long ago, near some gutted hovel, not far from Eastpool. Most took him for a
We'll see.
The feller who claimed he was attacked didn't linger here long. Said he was gonna go back.
Shining so brightly. Isn't it pretty?
Yeah. Pretty blooming sinister.
I'll build a barricade so sturdy, even a bandit. Roll conflict. Who couldn't break it?
Turtle. Oh, speak with the merchants at Martha's Rest. There's a handful. Okay. Or I think of merchants. I think up here.
Just because the heavens have gone to wreck and ruin, it don't mean we have to.
I've got greens of all shapes and sizes. Colours, mostly.
How do, traveller? You've the look of a man who could do with a new whetstone.
I'm looking for a silver chocobo feather.
If that's the no one has seen a silver chocobo for a year. Word is they were all hunted for their feathers. If any are still out there.
You're probably...
The hills around the rest are crawling with wild.
The world seems to be changing so fast lately.
Doesn't still hurt, does it?
Can I help you with something?
You wouldn't happen to sell...
But if it's fancies your...
Was a silver
Oh, yes.
It wouldn't be the... A silver chocobo sighted in the hills near Rhiannon Tride. Sounds almost too good to be true. But...
Probably is.
Since I'm already here...
Kick!
All right. Straight home now. one. Tracks. They're not left by bandits for a change.
Silver Chocobo, are you real?
More tracks. And these look fresh. The Chocobo was here. And recently. Perhaps it still is. I don't hear anything.
I did see the giant nest down here before.
Well, I'll be damned.
But as soon as I leave... Bark!
It's all right. Just borrowing a... Thank you. Let's get this back together.
A thick, noisome lubricant made from rendered fat of sea beasts. The people of North Silver Chocobos are symbols of good fortune. The mere sight of one potentially meaning a difference between a failed harvest and a bumper crop. According to Gav, at least. All right, to the south. Let's see. We have one here. We'd Havel at the gates of Randala. Aiming high. Lines in the sand. All right, so let's... Alright, let's start up here by Baklad. This will deal with the uncle's quest. Which was technically the first one we found today. Let's check in with Elle, see how she's doing.
It's good to see you. When we fled our childhood home, I loved him.
Theo's legacy.
Did I tell you?
Found a map of Kazlok. He'd handwritten some words within the boundary. A new dream for when the
That was
nightmare
what
ends.
he wanted.
End the torment, the bear's realm with force.
No matter how hard it might. The Dominion has fallen.
Baklad streets echo the cries of those fleeing in destruction.
The Crimson Caravans must set an example. It is our job to keep the hope alive. Come back soon, won't you?
Solid L. It's crazy that the first time we were here, it was everyone crowding the streets trying to get into the Dominion. And now it's probably the exact opposite. It's all the people who managed to get out of the Dominion before the Crystal Rose.
No one's going to buy a pot now.
Please.
Is it true about Twinside?
I see you've met with Master Cyril.
Oh, yeah?
I too serve the Phoenix, my lord, though in an altogether more lowly capacity than the bearer of the Burning Quill. I came inquiries into the true history of the sins of Zemeckis. That a great tragedy occurred is evidenced clearly enough by the scars left on the land. But who is truly to blame, man or God? His Grace suspected the latter, and so I was sent here to investigate.
It's so cool that as soon as that
You've
happened...
seen what's washed up at our gates? Imperial nobles, no less.
I don't know whether the Dominion's gone, they're saying. All the islands sunk to the bottom of the sea.
Please. I've walked the length of the Crystal Road without a drop of water.
We'll bring you a skin after you tell us what happened in the Dominion.
Just between you and me, we lost contact with the forward camps a while ago. Till we know more about the situation in Twinside, the gates are staying shut.
That's wise.
Eloise is a strong woman. She'll get through this.
Look, everyone, just take what you need.
Oh, finally one good person here. Take what you need. Don't worry about the money now. So the merchants here thrived when people were rushing to the Crystalline Dominion. Now, things are just bad, 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 bad.
Do you see that too?
Oh, damn.
It's not real.
Yeah, it's messed up.
Papa, what keeps it in the air?
What is it? Please.
I'm scared.
Nothing good's gonna come of this, I'm telling you.
Just looking at it's enough to send a shiver down your spine.
Good girl. Run like the wind.
Durandala. Now the dream would be just to drop it in this hole and plug up the hole.
Time to fight.
Entrance to Durandala. I'm curious if it's gonna be like the little quest we just did with Torgal, where there is a small area we get to explore.
Rutherford, can it?
Oh, Rutherford's here? Iron's butler? And, Eugene, Eugene, whatever his name, Havel.
The lot of you! If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have!
Allow me.
I don't need your... Please, Field Marshal.
Oblige. This won't take long.
You're right. It won't. Men, finish him.
Laser, laser, pew, pew! Bannerless Commandant.
Over here!
This one.
So cool. That should push me over in terms of experience. One coin. No?
A little longer than I'd have liked.
Field Marshal Havel.
Field Marshal Havel, I presume. Are either of you injured?
No, my lord. You arrived just as our escort turned.
Fucking traitors. I'd heard reports of soldiers in the outlying regions abandoning the oath, but I hadn't thought the corruption had reached so close to the heart of the Republic. It's a fucking disgrace. Your interfering old bastard of an uncle tried to warn me of my Lord Marquis, or is Sid the Outlaw more to your liking?
Call me what you want. It doesn't change who I am, or the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a plan to right the realm.
Before I agree, I'd have you answer one question. What do you stand?
I won't deny that I might benefit from that I seek a new beginning from. And while the choices I've made may not always have been the right one, I know I made them for the right reasons. For so long, so many of us have been told how we could live, how we could die, when it should have been our decision all along. But in order to take it, we must stand together. Even if it be beside those with whom we don't see eye to eye.
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw.
Mm-hmm.
You are no ordinary outlaw. I'll never hear the end of this. All right. I'll start by ordering my most trusted guard to bring the Dhalmekian fringes under control. Next, I'll make contact with my counterparts in the Imperial Army and see if I can't convince them to try and restore order in their own territory.
Thank you, Field.
But they are not the only ones we will need to convince.
Cool.
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals. But those they answer to require a different kind of persuasion. And when it comes to honeyed words, well...
Okay.
We will need an envoy. One who can court even the most stubborn of statesmen. You, perhaps.
I'm flattered. And I have other problems. What we need is a skilled arbiter.
Is that so? And would he...
Of a different kind.
Well, I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves.
I shall.
Okay, so we have the Dragoon army, the Dragoon platoon.
My Lord Marquis. Your Lord Uncle bade me escort the Field Marshal to his manor.
And I will see that my associate joins you there.
Very good.
Would it be Lord Byron? Who would the... Otto?
Envoy. I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. Someone like Quentin.
Oh.
I hope I can convince him.
That's cool. So, in our Grand Army, we're trying to get the Knights of Randala and the entire Republic. We have the Guardians of the Flame, who are the former Shields of Rosaria, along with a number of bandits. We have our Curse Breakers. We could probably convince the Bears and the members of Martha's Rest to help. We could probably convince a couple members of the Northreach garrison to help. Maybe Quentin is his... Like, hey, can we do anything to convince the people of the Iron Kingdom? Turn to Tabor.
This is the Required Tree, an archive where we of the Undying collect and collate our findings.
Lord Cyril. Acolytes stationed across Valisthea reported a curious change in the primeval structure of monoliths following the fall of Drake's tail, which was Crystalline Dominion. That's Bahamut. That whole fight, and the change in the skies. Allow me to present my preliminary findings. The Archaeologians' investigations to the monoliths had to hand. The activation of the structure in the northern reaches of Velcroy, but a sandstorm forced our temporary retreat. In Dracos Deep, the team were able to make direct contact with a monolith, however, no further changes were observed. Those are the chronoliths, right? Probably.
Of Ultima's true nature surely lie buried within these pages.
First Order of Archaeologians, Dhalmekian Wing, 53rd Monthly Report. The diminutive tribe's main village appeared to be in receipt of regular deliveries of supplies from Hugo Cooper's Men of the Rock, and on inquiry with the locals, they compared that they had the deepest respect for the one they called Arkuka, but whether he has merely bought their loyalty or there's some deeper connection between the tribe and Titan remains unclear.
The Undying are not the only secret fellowship in this realm, you know. There are others, each working for their own ends.
The Executors.
Why, not so very long ago, a society committed to discovering how one might cast magics without a catalyst was found to be operating throughout Valisthea. They were denounced as heretics, rooted out, and driven from our shores, never to be seen again.
Cool.
My lord, your grace. I hardly recognize you. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal servant to the Phoenix and his shields. Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, entrusted me with the delivery of a gift.
Lift up your head, Lady God. You have our gratitude.
I merely did my duty.
My lady, perhaps you could explain a little more. What exactly is the gift you
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented with certain keepsakes upon their coming of age.
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear. Matching armbands for you both.
Cool.
Alas, he had intended to claim the Heartstone with which each armband was to be finished, but it was not to be.
I see.
It saddens me to bring them. It was your father's wish that you, but with his grace long since, you are grown men. And while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone, I know that nothing.
Thank you.
What say you, Clive?
What else? Of course, my lady.
Oh, I am much.
Do you know where we might find this Heartstone?
I do. It is found in the bellies of elder griffins. We do at least know where to find one. A certain specimen has made its nest in Titan's...
A certain...
You are most... In fact, this is the very same beast. Were you to slay it in his stead?
What say you? What else?
The griffin your father meant to slay is currently left...
Titan's Wake is south of here.
Yeah, we'll just go to the Gilded Path and go fight a griffin. Alright, it's doable. Fighting the griffin's easy.
Eyes peeled, Joshua.
Usually there's birds around here that attack. Nope, we're good. Seamerg. Ah.
There it is. The House Rosfield. Nice try. This
Dang it. King Slayer is the name of the ability. That's cool. That was a direct hit. Finish it off, we're fine.
You're finished.
There you go. Seamerg is, of course, the name of a mythical bird in the Middle East, right? All right, level 49. Not bad. One level away. 2 Heartstones. Griffins suffer something akin to the crystal's curse, their flesh slowly turning to stone over the lifetime of channeling ether. Unlike bears, however, the effects are far more gradual and limited to a sac around their hearts. Slower the process of petrification, resulting in the formation of a gemstone of rare beauty.
Is this the Heartstone?
I expect Lady Goditha will know.
Thank the Founder the Griffin is slain now.
And the Heartstone claim.
Yes. This radiant luster like frozen flame. Thank you. Your father would...
Lady Goditha, the lapidary is ready.
Thank you, Cyril. If you would excuse me, I shall have the stone cut and set.
You can cut it and turn it into a pear.
The armbands are complete. Heartstone is harder and more enduring than garnet, or even ruby. It symbolizes unwavering will and devotion, and the graven vines encircling the stone represent the unbreakable bonds between you.
It's a message. Father knew we had enemies both inside and outside the duchy. Enemies who would thwart his vision.
And only if we stood together, as Phoenix and Shield. As brothers in arms. Only then might those enemies be overcome.
Indeed. But this was more than just a message. It was a promise.
Thank you for remaining the steadfast custodian of our father's will.
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed all of the ducal treasures for her own. Even if the armbands were incomplete, she would surely not have overlooked them. So...
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father spoke to me of his intention, of the deep love he had.
You stole them.
In the
Good
days
for you.
before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewellery be sent away from the castle. I tried to warn your father. When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time was short. So I took up the armbands and I fled into the night.
And thank the Founder you...
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete, and so my pursuit continued. He informed me that His Grace's will had been recovered.
Lady Goditha, on behalf of my father...
As do I.
Thank you, my lord, for coming back to us. I remain your faithful servant, my lord.
Little cutscene.
The bands suit you well.
Did they appear on our
It's
costumes or
gratifying
in our
to
model?
finally receive the inheritance that was denied you for so long.
It is.
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, might I suggest that you make your way to your father's memorial? Let him see that you have received.
I suppose it would be churlish not. What do you say, Clive?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him my thanks. before we left for Origin.
Your father's helm is enshrined that since the day we recovered it from Phoenix, I prithee claim it, and I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your hand.
Thank you, sir.
Cool. Cyril, you're a weird one, but you're a real one. I appreciate you.
Come on, Clive.
Travels.
Faster!
Here we are again. Carava.
More
If you were a
panthers,
tortoise,
big
Togor,
horns.
where would you hide?
There. There you go. Oh, yeah, it is a big one.
It looks like we found him.
Aim for its face. Up. All right, easy. One cycle's all it took. Not bad. Adamantus shell. It is believed an Adamantus will grow a thin new layer of its protective shell once every 2 moons. Considering that many of the creatures live for hundreds of years, it should come as no surprise that the shells of older specimens can be several hands thick and weigh over 50 stone.
Getting materials to Mid so she can finish her prototype.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearer's side?
Alright, so we're finally gonna deal with this, the fallout of this, Lubor being a bearer.
Why is everyone being mean to Lubor? He didn't do anything wrong.
Here to help me pack. Thanks, but I'll be traveling light.
You're really going to go through?
I am. But before I go...
If it's within my power, dear.
It's the children. And if I leave them here, they surely will. Well, I can think of only one place where they are certain to be safe.
Of course.
Of course. The children will be more than welcome.
Thank you, Clive.
Lubor!
What is it, Ferda?
There's been a flood in the Velcroy. The League of Outlaws encampment was completely submerged in ether.
What?
Every last one of the bastards.
Bandits are one thing, but Akashic bandits are quite a... We need to evacuate. Ferda, gather them. The Akashic may strike at any moment. Well?
Yes, my lord.
Clive, change of plan. The children stay with me for now. I need you to tell them to prepare for a full and immediate evacuation.
Understood.
I'll do what I can to
What's an Akashic? Lubor told me they're like people.
Lord Furda summoned the men to the south gate. We'll be joining him as soon as we're able.
I saw the whole thing. The magic flew straight from Lubor's hand.
None of the stalls were plundered this time, thanks be to Gilbert.
Okay, so they're all.
You have to listen to me. They're coming. You need to evacuate.
How long do we have until these Akashic arrive, do you think? There are no Akashic. He's just trying to scare us.
Why do they always have to make such a fuss outside?
Huh? What's the commotion?
That's... What do you want?
To pass on an important... There's been an ether flood out in the Veldt. The camp where the so-called League of Outlaws were gathering has been swallowed. They're no longer just bandits. They're Akashic now. You need to begin preparing for a full-scale evacuation.
Oh, do we? And who?
Lubor, perhaps? The man spreading the same poison
Oh
out
my
in
God,
the
you guys
squares.
suck.
You may believe his lie.
But why would he lie about some...
Some twisted attempt. If he had not been unmasked, a great honor. One he might well feel aggrieved at having been denied.
Lord Underhill, Lubor cannot be trusted.
You may not trust me. If there is any...
There isn't. Now be off.
You're making a mistake.
Come, Clive. If our words will not move them, then we must find another way to help save the town.
You're right. Let's speak to Lord Furda.
I do not know if you are in league with Lubor or if he has merely filled your head with his lies, but I do know that not a word you say is true.
Enough of your nonsense, Lord Underhill.
You have to listen to me.
You lied about being one of us, and you're lying now.
Daddy.
I think we'd better shut up.
What's Lubor raving about now?
What commotion is this? I asked myself.
Okay.
Lord Furda.
Cid.
What? I went to warn Conrad and they've convinced themselves that nothing... A bloody fool. Which means the town guard can't be camped, but I can. You only have to... I appreciate.
Cid! Furda! I've been looking for...
Victor?
I couldn't abandon them, and Lubor is in need of this...
Oh dear, what's happening now? We get an actual proper cutscene?
You have to believe me! The Akashic are coming! They don't eat, they don't sleep, they don't tire, and they don't care who they kill. They're unlike anything that's come before. There will be no parley, no mercy granted! We may have saved the town once, but this is different. I do not ask that you forgive me, but please believe me. If you do not run, you will die. You will all fucking die!
You'd like that,
wouldn't you, bearer?
Yeah, with us out of the way, your kind will be free to claim Dalamil for yourselves.
You should run!
Run, bearer!
Yeah, run! Far, far away!
God, you people suck.
Just go!
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes! Go!
Come on, then.
Go on!
Just go.
Lubor. Wait. Someone's coming.
Stop! You're hurting him!
They're throwing rocks at children.
What did Lubor ever do to you? He solves all your stupid problems, and he keeps all of you safe.
Yep.
know there's nothing he wouldn't do for this town. Who was it who made that cleaver you use every day, Conrad?
And what about your counting table, Natalie? Who fixed that?
Whose men make sure the streets are clean so all your boots don't get dirty?
Who spends all day every day making sure things run smoothly round here?
Yep.
And none of you ever say thank you. Ever.
But did Lubor ever complain? Well, does he ever stop smiling?
Nope.
He keeps this whole place going. And you act like it doesn't even exist.
Shame on all of you.
Lubor, we have heard enough.
Wait!
We will not run. The town guard will not abandon the very place it is sworn to protect.
Screw you. Still screw you.
And I will not give up for lost the stores that we labored so hard to fill.
So tell us, how do you propose we deal with these Akashic of yours?
Yeah, they believe him.
We won't run, but we will fight.
All right, then.
Fine. Gather round if you don't want to die.
That's a cool story. From the mouths of babes.
Allow me to explain this. The ether flood occurred near the village of Cheratina. The place had been abandoned for years, until the League of Outlaw. Now they're all turned, and...
They are mindless monsters. Driven only with the bandits, we at least knew how and where. When these creatures come, Dalamil will have... The town guard will muster at the north gate. Both forces will provide men to serve as scouts and messengers, and as soon as it... Conrad, can I count?
Always.
I leave the selection and coordination of the message and the command of our men in yours, Ferd.
Consider it done as you wish.
Natalie, I would ask that you and your people have the townsfolk barricade themselves inside the bath, and tell the merchant not to waste time. As long as we survive, our riches can be regained. And if...
Very well.
Where do I fit in?
Where else but the... I would like you to travel to the home of our erstwhile main host is most likely still there. And Dalamil will not be safe until it is...
A little gardening. Luckily.
So you... All right then. Now it's simply a matter of doing it.
Screw those people.
Looks like everyone's ready. I'd better not keep them waiting.
Into the hands of the Watch. They're no use lying around here. Understood.
We will defend Dalamil as best we can, but the town won't be truly safe until the horde at Cheratina has been dealt with.
To the bathhouse.
So they've finally stopped shouting. But you just know that when this is all over, they'll come piling up.
All she does is complain.
Lubor was telling the truth. There is an army of Akashic on its way.
I may not be a soldier,
Will we be safe in the bathhouse? Should we not run while we have the chance?
Anyone who can't fight, come inside the bathhouse. There's plenty of room. This way. Everyone inside. Quickly.
Good to see everyone rallying together.
What are they saying? Something about the baths.
low on potions and bandages.
Luke was a liar! A liar and a bearer! Why should we believe him now?
Because once the Akashic arrive, it'll be too late to change our minds. Come on, to the bathhouse.
Alright, let's just fast travel up to that one. That'll be nice and easy. Here we just swoop on up.
Sid, you didn't happen to see anything out of the ordinary on your way here, did you? We've had reports of bearer transports being attacked along the roads, and they're not freeing the poor souls. They're reselling them on the black market. If we can catch them in the act, perhaps we can kill two birds with one stone.
It's cool that I just have curse breakers out in the world now. You know? I saw some not far from the town of Amber.
The flood. But what's waiting for us inside? Time to fight.
Get him! Over here!
No others over there. Okay.
We can't leave a single one alive. You're finished. It's over. You're finished.
Akashic Cunning Man. I like how he's a gentleman. The Akashic Gentleman. How are you? Good day, good sir. Oh, yes, of course. Very gentlemanly.
The League is disbanded. I should get back to Dalimil and see how the others fare.
Probably would have been easier to come here and clear out the bandit camp on my own before they went to Kashyyyk. If they had just asked, but I guess all things work out well in the end. Sometime later.
All the Akashic we were able to find have been dealt with. Seems that might be the last.
Last of them here.
Lubo, Sir Clive has returned.
Clive! What news from Charatina?
It's done. Root and Brat.
I knew you wouldn't.
Thank you, my
friends. The Horde has been driven back, and we need not fear the arrival. Victory!
We bloody...
Reese.
Lubor, after all you have done for this town, we should never have...
But we did. We only hope that you can...
We need you, Lub. So, if you would still like...
You do
We do. But that is not a stain on your character.
Good.
It is a stain on ours. We thought only of what we perceived bearers to be, not what you truly are.
I see. But I will...
Name them.
Firstly, that you will both do everything in your power if the Town Guard and the Merchants League do not accept... Unity is the key to defending Dalimil. And when that time comes, I will expect us all to pull together. Just as we did today.
Of course.
And second, you will accept that if the mistreatment of bearers, any bearer within our walls shall be afforded, they will not be judged.
As we failed to do.
We agree to your conditions.
Condition accept. Well then, it seems my mayorship...
We get a special hat. There you go. Good job, Lubor.
How fickle fate can... Not so long ago I had resigned my... And now, I find myself her leader. Here.
Lubor, about the children.
Fear not. You are, of course, relieved of
Good.
your responsibility.
Wouldn't feel right taking them
Soon
away.
If there's another horde of Akashic, I'll make sure they're safe here.
I don't doubt that you will, and not just the children.
I'll do my best. Can't have all your hard work going to...
I do like the design of Dalimil. It has a really good feel to it. Ooh. Fire's kit. And they opened up my mind. Collect 6 signboards. They opened up my mind. I saw the sign. I got it. Classic. Very, very cool little reference there. This game has great references.
Bearer boy to Mayor of Dalimil. How far Lubor has come, and how richly he deserves it.
Well, I certainly didn't expect it, but Dalimil seems more united than ever. I'll have to redouble my efforts to bring Costness under control. Can't have Lubor showing me up again.
You were with the Men of the Rock, weren't you? Thanks for your help fending off the Akashic.
Just settling my debts. If this town hadn't taken me in after Lord Kupka fell, I don't know what would have become of me. Only right.
I like how the people out front, the men and women out front, don't look like soldiers. They're just people. Cool.
I shall devote my every effort to creating a haven for man and bearer both. Just like a certain someone else I know. Someone to whom I owe a debt of gratitude.
I knew they'd change their tune. Dalimil would be lost without Master Lubor. I knew I was right not to give up on Lubor. He'll make a wonderful man.
Liar.
Aye, he served the town well enough, but then he is a bearer, born to serve. Long may it last.
Cool.
Yeah, it'll taste so much sweeter when you don't have an army of Akashic breathing down your neck.
I know. Thank Gilbert the beast never found their way into our cellars. A bit of much-needed peace. Not that it will last.
We failed. Bearer though he may be, we were foolish to doubt him.
I see you've met with the bearer of the Burning Quill.
Hey!
Then you'll forgive me if I drop the pretense in your presence, my lord.
I have served his grace as the Undying's contact in Dalimil for a good many years.
Every town has one. It's great.
Indeed, it was my great honor to offer your
That's
brother
right.
safe
This is where
haven
Joshua and
not
Nyote
so
were
very
hidden.
long ago. Though, to my eternal shame, it seems he did not find my carrot stew particularly toothsome.
That's cool. Because this is the location where they hunkered down. That's great.
Bearer or no, Lubor saved
You're the one
this
that threw the rock at him, the first rock.
I spat in his face.
Yeah, I'm gonna burn down your tapestry stall.
What do they mean? I never mistreat my bearers.
So, your given name is Clive. I heard Lubor use it when he spoke to you. I'll be sure to write to Randalar and propose that Lord Clive Underhill of the League of Merchants be decorated for his services to the Republic.
About that.
The bandit problem may be done and dusted, but our watch continues.
Yeah, about the Lord Underhill thing.
You're not going to believe what happened while you were away.
I thought the place seemed different. Come on, let's head to the inn. You can tell me the story of...
Ginger and ginseng, pimento.
How about a few
Drake's
spicy
Farms
sausages
are still
to put in
selling
your
well,
pot,
you'll be pleased to know.
They'll warm you up
Think
no
I'll
end.
make Lubor a present of some. Try and get the mayoral seal of approval.
So, you're going to join the Watch after all, then?
So now we have a bearer as a mayor. People will flock from all over the realm to see this.
As long as they enjoy the entertainment while they're here.
Man, people kind of suck.
Come and bathe in our healing waters.
Can I be the mayor when I grow up?
You can, son. So long as you always think.
The fellow who used to run this stall took to his heels right after the Fang fell.
When I'm older, I'm gonna join the town guard and keep everyone safe.
That's my boy. You grow up strong.
All the shards around here are as spent as mine.
Oh, she's back. She was gone before.
So, Lubor is to be made mayor. In my time, it would have been unheard of for a bearer to be appointed to such a role. But times change. What is unheard of to old heads like mine may be unremarkable.
You there! How would you like some fresh gizzard?
2 bunches for 3,000? That's not bad.
I always thought Dalimil thrived all the more for having Kupka watching over us. But now he's gone. It's as if we've stepped out of his shadow.
This is the guy who threatened Sid for hurting Kupka.
First the merchants call Lubor every name under the sun. Now they're counting on him to keep us all safe.
Trust them to change tack when they see which way the wind's blowing. And after they had us throwing stones at him too.
Yeah, they made you throw stones. You didn't choose to.
I've
It's
half
fine.
a mind to give up tobacco altogether. It's hardly worth the effort it takes to light it.
Everyone's happy again. Just like they were before. No, Wrens. Everyone's even happier than they were before. I knew Lubor would make a good mayor.
All right, let's do Lost Wing first. We'll talk to Quentin. And that'll take us to the mansion where we can visit our father's grave on the way.
made sure our fallen comrades were laid to rest. And they can rest easy, knowing that their sacrifice wasn't in vain. That justice was done.
I'd have followed Quentin to that manor if I could have done, and I'll keep following him now.
Quentin's gonna build us new Lost Wing, and I'm gonna help.
Quentin.
Do you now? Something tells me you'll be asking more of me than a cask of Gotan to go. Go on then.
Putting together a big old team.
You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains of the realm that they should simply swallow their pride and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years. Was there anything else? Perhaps I can fetch you a meat pie as well.
I know it's a lot to ask, but I can think of none better suited to the role.
And you'd have me give up what little I have left. The people of Lostwing, you'll have to find...
I'm sorry to...
So am I.
And why might that be?
What he's asking. How's it any different to what you've done so far? They want you to speak for those who can't speak for themselves. That's what... If it's the vineyard you're worried, we'll see that the grapes are picked and the tons filled.
It's not that.
Then what is it?
You know that's not.
Then what are you? That only we are worth saving? Why turn your back on everyone else? Who's to say you couldn't convince the entire realm?
A stirring argument. I fear that any rejoinder I make might fall somewhat flat by comparison.
So you'll join us?
Yep.
Where do you need?
Field Marshal Havel will want to speak with you in person. He's currently in Port Isolde. I can arrange for a party of Cursebreakers to accompany you.
That would be very much appreciated. I hear the roads are far from safe these days.
My uncle will want to know that his plan is taking shape.
Reckon Master Quentin could argue an egg back up a hen's quim if he set his mind to it.
Any statesmen we speak with are liable to resist our entreaties if they feel that what little power remains to them is at stake.
Okay.
They must be dealt with skillfully. I shall not repeat the errors of my past.
Now we can deliver the stuff to Mid. Talk to Lord Byron.
Uncle.
Oh, and deliver the feathered gaffs.
The Field Marshal has agreed to your plan.
Of course he has.
Rutherford is accompanying him back to your manor. They will await your return there.
One other?
Lord Havel was concerned that even if he could get the realm's armies to agree to an accord, he might not be as successful in convincing those with political power. He asked if I might have a solution, and I suggested a certain Imperial Lord Magistrate turned liberator.
One of your co-conspirators?
Master Quentin would probably call me one of his. But yes.
Another outlaw? Just the thing we need to put good thinking, Clive.
I'm glad you approve.
The more the merrier.
Uncle, assuming Havel and Quentin can solve our problem with the army, you still haven't mentioned how we might manage the grain shortages.
Oh, don't you? The 7 high houses will be seeing to. They have all agreed to make the most generous of donations. Oh, of course, it did take a little persuade, but luckily I had...
From who?
Why, you, my boy. Rumor has it that you rescued the Lady Ariane's head steward Rockford from a horde of bloodthirsty...
Yes, I did.
It was more of a hand.
Well, the old battle axe was so pleased. She had a shipload of talents delivered to my private dock, and when the other houses saw the parsimonious old crone's purse strings finally loosen, they as good as trip. Now, join us there at your earliest...
Of course.
That's an automatic one. Okay. Rosefield Manor.
And how, pray tell, will we get that grain to the capital if the roads are still overrun with Akashic?
You'll find another bloody road. I only have so many men, and I'm not about to send them headlong into an ether flood. That is, unless you'd have them turn as well.
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a band of curls. My soldiers actually need their rations. They'll be dead even before you've sent them on your fool's errand.
Perhaps I might suggest an alternative approach. Though supply routes are indeed disrupted, there is no shortage of ships. Indeed, they bob away in every bay from here to Randalar. Allow them to make port and fill their bellies full of grain.
Oh.
And once those who crowd the cities are fed, ferry the displaced back to the countryside to work the fallow field. But I'm sure that you wish to continue your discussion. Two such firm friends as yourselves need no help from the likes of me. Rutherford spoke fondly of the great bond between you.
Us? Friends? I can't stand the man! Clive, I'm beginning to question the quality of the company you keep.
And what kind of company were you expecting him to keep? The man's a criminal.
Criminal? How? You are not fit to breathe the same air as this fine, upstanding young
I love Lord Byron.
Once more onto the breach.
Not
Shall we
so
begin
subtle
again?
cough.
What we seek here is not to create a new nation, nor to claim the thrones of those that already exist. We wish simply to bring stability to the realm, and to do that we must convince those in power, the generals, the statesmen, the nobles. There will be disagreements, yes, and I imagine some resistance, much resistance. But we cannot let that deter us. If we show them the path, show them that we walk it ourselves. The fate of the world lies in my nephew's, but the well-being of her people lies in ours.
Uncle Byron.
Now, with that settled, let's move on to the signing of the Accord. For what great moment in history hasn't been accompanied by a little ceremony? Citizens of Valisthea, I present to you the Triunity.
I like how he has two Storm Panthers and elephant tusks. Are there elephants in this world?
Well, my boy, the stage is set.
That it is.
This is the role you were born for. We shall play our parts to the best of our abilities. The realm needs its Sir Crandall. And there is no better Crandall than you, Clive. I want you to keep this signed accord as proof of our faith in you.
I will.
Wasn't the Triunity the original agreement between the Republic, Sombrek, and Rosaria? Breath of Darkness, Heaven's Cloud. Triunity Accord, signed by the representatives of Rosaria, Dhalmekia, and Sombrek. A mutual accord sets the stage for a new age in Storm. If not officially, then at least in spirit. Because the original Triunity Accord was broken by Sombrek when they invaded Rosaria at the beginning of the game.
What do you think that thing is? And how the hell is it?
Okay, Mid and Gav. The Mid has the potential to turn the Enterprise into a friggin' airship. I know it's probably not going to happen, but that would probably be part of the main game, the main storyline.
It was no trouble at all. Still, I appreciate it.
Hey, Ember and Gav, that's cool.
Clive, you're back. How'd you get on? Any luck?
Any luck, you say?
Crystals, crap, they're in there.
It's a long
Right there on the road to Eastpool.
Everything up there's been abandoned for years. The empty cabin made for the perfect shelter.
Don't blame yourself, Clive. The Blight's right on Eastpool's doorstep. They'd have had to move on before long. They'll find a new home. Trust me.
Absolutely, I do.
After all, that's what us endangered animals do. Anyway, what matters is, you managed to nick us one of their quilts, and now...
I didn't know you could cut.
Reckon there's a lot you don't know about, like the fact I'm as good with a whittling knife as I am with a sword, and that bone Ember gave me's a dream to work with. What did you say it was from again? Any of it?
But it weren't your Avis, Sid. I slew one of my own at last.
So all those long nights in the pit finally bore fruit.
Good.
Don't speak too soon. I ain't done my trial yet.
There we go.
Wow. Gav, talented. It looks.
What do you think?
Nice.
I think if you ever hang up your scouting cap, you'll be able to make an honest living.
Oh, will I? I should go and see if Ed is awake.
Give it one burst.
You can give it to yourself.
I don't want Gav to give up being a scout, honest.
While I admit I had my doubts at first, your man Quinton seems a reasonable sort.
Welcome back, Sid. Shout if you need
Ah,
help.
Eureka! Then 36,000 gil. I probably could have just saved all that money, spent it, and reloaded, but it's more honest this way.
Don't be a stranger, Sid.
Okay, no new beasts. No new rewards. I still need about 200 renown. Wait, is that Gav? That is Gav.
I was just about to go in. But then I thought it might be better if you went first. With you being the head of the family and all that.
The head of the family.
Yes, my lord? I prithee do not risk yourself unduly.
Ah, me lords.
How are you feeling?
Well, thank you. Is...
Wrong? No.
Go on, please.
Oh. Gav got a girlfriend?
It's... beautiful. Did you make it?
We did. Aye. It's from all of us here at the Hideaway. Your new family. It's a good luck charm. We may come up north when a band's on the way. I mean a baby. To let him know that they're part of the family too. Oh,
I don't know what to say. Thank you, me.
If there's anything you need,
I will.
Fancy a swift off.
I could be convinced.
Aw. The bone of a dragon, the feather of a super rare chocobo.
Don't you think you've had enough?
No, we're celebrating. I'm gonna be a father.
I think Edda might have something to say about that.
You know what I mean. Bit of light in these dark times. Wasn't long after me 10th name day. My mum told us she was with child again. I was over the fucking moon.
I swear 90% of the swears in this game come from Gav.
What with me being the runt of the litter. Thought I'd finally have a chance to prove to the world that I could be a big brother. Imperials came the day she went into labour. Had myself a baby sister. And then I didn't.
There.
My whole family gone in a blink while I hid in
Oh.
the cellar like the spineless little
Never mind.
arsehole I was. Great brother I turned out to be. I'll never be a leader. And I'll never be a hero. I'm just a daft little dog who comes running when his master calls. I'll never be like you, or Sid, or Jill, or even Torgal.
you finished?
Maybe.
Like party pooper Gav.
Do you know why you're our best scout? Because you don't need anyone to hold your hand. Without your resourcefulness, your courage, your determination, I don't know where we'd be. Maybe hanging off a cliff like,
That was only the once.
Exactly. You learn from it. And here you are after Founder knows how many missions, stronger for everyone. And let's not forget Rosalith.
Where you stood and rescued
Who was it
him.
who freed me from the dungeon? Who was it who ran to Jill's rescue?
That would be me.
Because you're our brother, Gav. My brother.
Good.
Your brother.
Which means that when the time comes,
I get your room. And your sword.
Love it. Love it.
I may have had one too many.
you may have had 10 too many.
I said I was thirsty. Gotta get back to work any... Clive?
What is it?
Thanks.
I know.
Cool. Intermead. Curiosity. A potent potable made from honey collected in the Northern Territory's short summers and fermented slowly over the next 6 moons, said to warm the belly on the North's cold winter nights. I said I was thirsty.
One of these days, I swear, it's gonna be me who drinks you under the table.
If by under the table you mean retching on my boots half the night, I reckon one of those days was yesterday.
Ha! But just wait till we crack open the bottle. That stuff's strong enough to burn the horns off a behemoth.
Sounds like I'll be...
You be careful up there. If you happen to step...
Mid is next. Then we do the 3 quests on Ash, and we're done with every quest. And set up and ready for the finale, in my opinion. My estimation.
Mid.
Aw, you make it sound like I asked you to save the world or something.
Tell me.
It's most of what I need. After and a cogwheel. Just a tiny one. Gear's that smaller a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a
Wait, the children. Now that I think about it, They... Didn't you?
The young'uns? But why would the... I'll keep working on the model. Don't look at me like that, Clive. I already apologized to...
Hey, you kids, where did that hog go? I told you I wasn't a fool. I know how to put scales together.
Sid!
She wasn't. She's just busy working on her next...
A new invention? Is it an...
Do you think she'll let us help?
That just so happens to be why I'm here. A brass gear. A tiny one.
Oh, the one you forgot!
We saved it, just in case.
It's in the bag of bits.
Since your lesson, we've been disassembling, then reassembling everything we can. All the pieces that are left over, we keep under our beds.
That's...
Oh my
good to know.
God.
Look! I found it! Is that all? Just the gear?
That's all for now.
Thanks, Sid. Back for another part? We've got screws and bolts and nails and knobbles and noodles and,
When you return, would you mind teaching the children another lesson? They did so enjoy your last.
Has Middledole mentioned a new project yet?
I learned a lot from Lorman Harpocrates.
Well, will it work?
What exactly are you going to use it for?
Only the most important job of all. The wings aren't going to move on their own. Well,
The wings?
that should do it. Here goes nothing.
Did you build a model of a flying ship?
Titan's tits.
It wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't. Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad.
Making a drone. Valicia's
So
first.
sure this would be the day she soared. The Mithril engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People will lose their homes. Children, their mums and their dads. Like I lost mine.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive. So am I. Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head, or do I follow my heart?
Good question. The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave.
I think you have your answer, Mid.
And he were right. Right about a lot of things. Not that I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right.
There you go.
When this is
Inspirational music.
I'm gonna take all my Mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge.
Yeah?
I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
All that hard work.
All that hard work will not be used for war, Jamie. But it ain't like it'll be gone. Tell me, Clive, have you ever been on a treasure hunt?
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
Because I'm gonna bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one, so that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to work it out. Oh, I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one, yeah.
That's cute.
Right.
That's cute.
Of course, if I'm putting this engine at the end of a treasure hunt, I'll still need to make it a treasure worth hunting for. Won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly. But it isn't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive? Only that it's a good one. And I reckon I've got a fair few good ones left in me.
I'm sure you...
That's complete. Almost there. Model airship. Cool.
What shall I do with your model?
What, that'll? Not healthy to cling to your failures, Clive.
Sound advice.
Still, I suppose my prototypes will probably be worth a fair bit when I'm as famous as Bart's the Builder. Seeing as you're always strapped for coin, suppose I can give it to you.
I'd say that was up to you as much as me.
You're not leaving already, are you?
Make a name for yourself.
Without the Enterprise, we wouldn't have saved Jill. We wouldn't have made it to Ash. We wouldn't have escaped from Stone here. None of it would be possible without you and the dream you kept your promise to Sid. Now I gotta keep mine.
You better bloody add to. Enjoy it while you can, Clive. Imagine that, eh?
As Imperial Freighter gets back, I can ask him to take me up so I can see it for myself.
Till then. Try, Clive.
We're not doing bad. Big Ambrosia with us.
Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
Save the world? Of course. To have overcome Father's political enemies. Of that I'm less certain. Especially knowing what we know now. What Mother was truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us would have made all the difference.
It's just back there.
Oh, this is beautiful. You have the fallen ruins and the spire. It's Lost Plume. Rosalith Castle in the distance. That is over there. That's Port Isolde, right? Yeah. Lazarus District in Port Isolde. Odd Hill right there. Oh, that's so cool. This is an odd place for the Duke to be buried. Not in the family crypt.
Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
We saw those flashes in his head when he first turned.
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back. never stopped
Love it.
fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. And I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's
Helmet's
what
gonna
he
be
would
the
have
item
wanted.
I get from this. Calling it.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us as we follow in your footsteps.
His ghost is right there. That was very Star Wars, and we didn't see him fully. You just saw him in the Shield of Rosaria position.
We won't lay you down.
Onward then.
Onward. To the end.
And to a new beginning.
Rusted battle helm. Archduke Elwin's helm, worn during his victorious campaign to quell the Northern Uprising. Joshua has joined Clive's party and will remain with him until departing for Origin. Cool. He's been with me all stream. In loving memory of His Grace the Most Righteous Elwin Rosfield, Archduke of Rosaria, conqueror of the Northern Territories, shield against the scourge of the Southern Seas, defender of the flame of the Phoenix, who kept his light burning throughout the long winter of his slumber. Now you sleep, but your flame still burns. That's the bridge that leads to Rosalith. Still don't know what this one mysterious door is here in the dim. Bam, bam, bam. This one, then Bad Batch. Or not, would it make... Yeah. I'll do...
Faster!
Oh, so we'll do this first, then we'll go to Bad Batch. This is where I was grinding yesterday. I took out those hounds, then those guys, then over there, then some hounds up there, and the birds over here, and I would just go back to that teleport point and do it again. Also the two Akashic and the guy up there. The Akashic that are normally right here are missing.
Thanks, Cal. The entire village looks abandoned. Now, which house would a bookworm live in?
Oof, it's a lot of books. Royal Intelligencer Training Report. In the wake of the treasure fire at Caer Norvind in 873, that's where we fought Benedicta. And the subsequent depletion of our most highly practiced intelligencers, all mainland strongholds were instructed to redouble training in clandestine maneuvers, improvised weaponry and assassination techniques, and dispatched promising volunteers to Stonehere for inspection. This report details progress by the stronghold at Garnick in reinvigorating all its ranks of esteemed intelligencers. Because that's where we killed Benedicta, who was the head of the intelligencers and most of her men.
This is a Royal Army logbook. Did he take this from the local barracks?
A complete botany of Banes. Ithra or Tail of Wyvern. White flower, black of root. The latter shall give its inky gall when crushed. The tribe's editor is Zerpic needles. Drawing curious patterns about their arms and legs in honor of their heathen gods. The gall is passing toxicate. Single drop taken by mouth may result in cramps, most painful for 5 days and 5 nights, or apply to a wound, certain death. The slip on the end of a needle, end a young warrior's life, is said the skin printed failed to find favor among the heavens.
His interests were certainly varied.
Folklorist Fabulary, the Moogle. No spirit or sprite appears more often in Valacene folklore than the humble Moogle. Though they are occasionally painted as mischievous souls akin to pixies or imps, most stories depict them as clumsy yet congenial spirits who delight in helping mankind with their daily labors. They're said to have sweet tooths, leading to common superstition that one must leave cakes or other sweetmeats uncovered overnight, thus not remain but crumble come morning. In appearance, they're described as being covered head to toe in soft white fur, excepting a small dark wings. They're able to take flight, and brightly colored pom-poms that protrude from the top of their heads. And yet, there's one detail of the Moogle that many find remarkable, that even that the orb on top of its brow, the face, like these creatures actually exist. Preposterous, I hear you cry. Everyone knows Moogles are the stuff of legend. I quite agree. But every legend has base and truths. In this case, the Moogle, the fact may not be so dissimilar to fiction. Ancient bestiaries list the white mole whose feet will not touch the ground among the beasts of the realm. The illustrious name of the beast, why none other than the Moogle. Of course, it's true that the creatures are not known to still survive in the twins to modern day. Perhaps the miniature wings carry them to other climes, far from human view. No, nothing to say about that one, Clive? From a Distance. Chapter 16, Final Fantasy 16, Fall of the Bears. The emergence of the first magic adepts was widely heralded as a gift from the gods. Indeed, the titles with which those gave King commonly known as the Bearer of the Heavenly Blessing, the wording used by tribunes of the time. Those born with the blessings were lauded as living crystals and granted high office and plentiful reward for their status. Over the years, the reverence for their kind would become a full-fledged religion led by the bears themselves, a development that would prove fateful. The diverse nations of the time were unanimous for their disapproval of the founding of the church. While the authorities had for years welcomed bears into positions of power in their own structures of state, they were mistrusting of an organization led by bears for bears. Efforts were immediately made to chasten the church and its followers, banning members from holding office, evicting adherents from their homes, breaking up meetings by force. The church responded by forming a volunteer army to resist the persecution. Continued, creating a cycle of increasing bloodshed and rancor, a growing rift between those born with the blessing and those without. What began with beatings and street clashes would eventually spill over into an all-out war, consumed the greater part of the twins for nigh a generation, and decimated the population of men and bears. The deluge of blood that stained the land crimson and left ever more lasting mark upon the minds of the Valacene people. After the bears' last resistance was crushed, the nations of Valisthea came together to sign the Continental Accord that initiated the system of slavery that persists to the realm to this day. bears are other than human, has its roots in the bitter war of years before, being the unblessed's only excuse for their calamitous refusal to be allowed the blessed descendant. That's holy cow, that's messed up.
But if what it says is true,
yeah, that they
we
were
need to get this back to the hideaway.
executors.
Leaving so soon, stranger? We've been watching you. From a distance.
I like his outfit.
So to speak.
Subtle.
From a distance.
I know who you are.
Then we need not waste time on introduction. Hand me the book. Leave it in our care and...
Your care?
That is not my decision, but by one means or another, its contents shall...
Then I'll have to politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Then we find ourselves at it very well.
You know who I am, right, my guy?
Let's see, shall we?
Do it. There you go, baby.
Impressive, but we have other means.
Why do you want it so?
It lays out in no uncertain terms the vanity and avarice of mankind. It tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression of a gifted few by a giftless many. Would you say that this interpretation was correct?
I don't know.
You don't? Your sword may be shut, so let me answer. There is no correct interpretation of history. That a series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. It is a question of numbers. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred for a reason, that belief becomes the truth.
So you're trying to control the truth?
We are trying to protect people from themselves, from knowledge that would bring them naught but pain. That is all. You may keep the book. The world is small until then.
Wait. Damn it.
They didn't even do like a puff of smoke. They just panned away.
Let's get this back to Vivian. Ready, go?
To Bad Batch. There are roaming bands of Akashic raptors over here. There's one. There's two, and then there's the moving one over there.
Attack! Over here!
Pachoo, 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 pachoo. Great. All right, here we're looking for a list of children who were tortured by Waloed to turn them into child soldiers.
This must be the orphanage. Hopefully the registry is still here.
There were Akashic wandering about last time I was here. Writ of Incorporation. The Kingdom of Waloed hereby incorporates this institution wherein juvenile bears are to be granted the opportunity to give themselves in service to the state. As soldiers, trainees succumbing to the Crystal's curse or otherwise perishing are to be disposed of with all haste. The graveyard is strictly reserved for uncursed. Bears disposed within its bounds is punishable by death.
Disposed of?
Conditioning schedule. Today's exercise consists of the press yard 20 sandbags for the duration as instructors shall dictate. The furnace, burn intensity be gradually increased. Live combat, 1 to 3 hellhounds depending on performance.
Conditioning. This is nothing short of torture. Herman wasn't exaggerating. It's a wonder he survived this place. I need to find that registry.
I recently learned that my own daughter was among the children turned to stone by the brutal training I subjected them to. I had not so much as thought of her since handing her over to the authorities as a babe, but inquiries within the military confirmed it. It was her. I had been torturing my own flesh and blood, and now I see her everywhere. Today, one of the children smiled at me in the hope of receiving a few scraps from my table. It was her smile. The smile she inherited from her mother, the mother I killed for giving birth to a bear. Their ghosts have all come back to haunt me. My daughters, my wives, all of them, all those children. So many have died at my hand. I can bear the guilt no longer, so I said, tomorrow I too must die. It will be the last order I give the poor wretches, the last torment I subject them to. I will command them to tear me limb from limb and inter my accused corpse beneath the white tree. His crooked hands reach the sky in supplication. And beside me, my shame, my curse, the record of all their names. He buried it with him.
This reads like a suicide note. Did the director go through with his plan? There's only one way to find out.
A white tree reaching to the sky.
A forked white tree. This must be the place.
Let's do some light grave digging. Light grave robbing. Sorry.
There's something hidden among the roots. This must be the registry.
Hans, 10 years old, lithification. Alfred, 9 years old, succumbed to conditioning. Franz, 12, lithification. Helena, emaciation. Ugh. The years. Bruno, 11, disciplined for attempted flight. Johanna, disciplined for attempted flight. Succumbed to conditioning, because succumbed to lithification, emaciation.
So many names. This place was a slaughterhouse. But where is the architect of all this misery? It was only a matter of time, I suppose. This place is cursed.
place deserves to be burned to the ground, I think.
I'm done here. Let's get the registry back to Herman.
Ravenwit. This is going to be our final quest, I believe. I believe everything else is done.
Good girl.
Now, this is that Coliseum.
Near Balmung Dark. The longer she's out in the open, the more likely she is to be found by Akashic. I need to hurry. Time to fight.
Be safe. Waken winds! Sickle!
I was a little closer than I thought I was.
There were no guards, I take it.
None manning the gates. It's a different story inside, though. The corridors are crawling with Akashic. If Chadwick was being held here, I worry that he may already be.
Don't give up hope. Let me check the ground floor.
Then I'll search the upper level.
Just how bad are the floods inside the walls? Bad enough to turn a bearer? I hope not. We're risking a lot just being here. Better keep my eyes open for signs of life.
Balmung Dark, writ of designation. The Kingdom of Ludopera designates facility a prison for the taming of bears, foreign and domestic. Purpose of the facility is to rear and train a Kuza beast for deployment. The affirmation into purpose is a matter of the strictest secrecy, and any mention thereof is punishable with death. Captive bears have been provided solely for the purpose of the aforementioned purpose. Express permission is required.
So this plate, and I doubt they'll have taken the creature with them when they
What's a Kuza beast? I'll be real, that sounds bad. Recommendation concerning Kuza beast deployment. The Kuza beast has long been recognized as an especially aggressive species. This being the case, it was hoped that the successful deployment on the battlefield might be means of inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy. In exercises conducted thus far, however, the beast has proven incapable of distinguishing between ally and enemy combatants as its deployment alongside regular troops. Not recommended. It's proposed instead that a bear captor is being employed in order to draw enemy focus. while the beast is driven into the fight in order to achieve maximum benefit with minimal loss of Waluder lives.
Minimal loss of Waluder life. Even the Imperials take better care of their branded than the... Locked up tight.
I wasn't sure. I'd double check. That's the way upstairs. I'll check that out in a second. Memorandum on Kuza beast feeding. Recent supply shortages left with insufficient resources to feed the beast. Fortunately, it was observed to kill and consume the bears assigned to fight beside it in a mock battle conducted as part of its training. The beast was further observed to enter a state of visible contentment upon feeding this way, suggesting that live bears may even be its preferred source of sustenance. While this behavior is unexpected, it's not unwelcome. Bears no longer of use for training purposes can now be repurposed.
They were feeding bears to it.
What is this thing?
Nothing but a caching down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs. I should go and see how Doris is getting on.
All the cells for the bears. Where are they, though?
Quiet. This one. Nice try.
Nothing.
No lock downstairs. But I did find out that this place was more than just a prison.
I know. I've been reading some of these documents. Bearers die every day in service of their masters. Pitting bearers against a wild beast armed with nothing but their wits. And not just those who could fight, but the elderly, children, even those who wouldn't.
I'm afraid it means they were fed to the monstrosity they kept here.
Then we're too late.
Don't say that.
A key. But it doesn't fit any of the locks on this floor.
Perhaps
the
it
one
will
on the
fit
first
one of
floor.
the doors downstairs. Finish up here.
All right. If we don't find any survivors, we've risked our lives for nothing.
I mean, we're 100% fighting the creature in the center of this arena. It's a giant friggin' arena. Of course, Kuja denotes Final Fantasy IX. Jailer's key.
Let's see what we can find down here. A survivor. And she sounds close.
Grab. Child, too.
Who are you?
There's no need to be. Are you alone?
Some of the guards. Everyone else was eaten by the monster.
Thank the Fountain.
It was worth our coming. But I'd rather we didn't linger.
Ready when you are. You poor thing.
Did Chadwick send you?
What?
He fought the monster. He must have sent you. Where is he? He opened your...
Chadwick.
Was that?
Monster.
We have to get...
Doris, keep the girl safe.
All right. You put that bearer-eating bastard in the ground. I'll look after the girl. You teach that thing a lesson.
Oh, it's
They're waiting for me. I can't
it's
let it
a
live.
variant behemoth.
What if it's got a taste for bearers?
Who's a beast? Rank A, and it's part of a quest. All right. Or part of a hunt.
The beast will wreak havoc if it ever leaves the prison. I can't let that happen.
Way easier than the regular behemoth, I'll say. Did not even pay attention to his health bar. He went down so quickly. Another behemoth shackle.
Cid, are you hurt?
I'm fine. What is it?
Chadwick was either a lover or a family
Diary.
member or something.
I gave it to Chadwick. He was here.
I'm sure he fought bravely.
Chadwick. You fool.
Come on. We have to get her back to the hideaway.
No. I'll see that she's looked after.
Good. Don't tell me we teleported back because I kind of want to look around inside that arena. Teleported back. Okay. Sometime later.
From what I hear, you've barely left the girl's side in days. I hope she's recovering from her ordeal.
She is. Slowly but surely. I thank the flames we found her.
I know. I'm sorry we weren't able to save Chadwick.
There's no need to apologize. How he fought to the bitter end to save her. To save Haida Marie. That's the man I remember.
I wish I could have met him. I'd like to hear more about your past.
Of course. You already met my former master. She trained Chadwick and I to do two things. Kill and obey. We were supposed to be sold to the highest bidder when the time came. But no bid was ever high enough. For years, we were her daggers in the shadows, so we escaped. But staying together was out of the question. They would have found us too easily. After so many years of training, the pull to serve was always strong.
But even in captivity, the battles he fought were his own, and he died not as someone's tool, but as a hero.
Haida Marie is proof of that.
Haida Marie is her name?
Bearers can cast off their shackles, and the curse breakers will show them how. I'll fight until my dying breath.
Thank you, Doris.
Doris is a cool character. Good secondary character. And she's nobody's tool. I believe that puts me over the top of reputation as well.
There's so much food in the hideaway. Sometimes, in my cell, my tummy rumbled so loud that Chadwick would sneak me some gruel from his bowl. I miss him. He would have liked this place.
It couldn't have been easy for her making the journey from Ash.
There's so much food in the hideaway.
Good kid. Get that done first. I'm 90% sure we have enough renown for the last gift, but this should push me over the top.
I hear that you traveled to... Did you by any chance recover the name?
I did.
A concise and disturbingly detailed record of the bear orphan deaths at Badback Conservatory.
If I a bearer... The director was a brutal man.
The registry was all I found beneath the tree. There was no sign of a body. Or any record of what happened to the children after.
I pray that at least some of them survive. All their names are here. The ones we lost, my friends. I can still remember their faces. Children who were taken from their bunks. No explanation ever offered.
They'd be happy to know that you survived, huh?
But why did I make it out alive?
It's not your fault.
Survivor's guilt.
And blaming yourself won't bring them back. See that their names live on.
I'm going to write a book. An account of the horrors of Badbach. All of Valisthea will know of our suffering. And in the name of...
Neither will I.
These records would have been buried for all eternity.
Okay, 11,000 experience, 40 renown. Death of Ice.
The realm will hear of Badbach. And I pray that the tale of my fallen friends will spare future generations the horror we endured.
No problem, my guy. That's a brutal story.
may
This
I help
way.
you today, Clive? Your benefactors are a generous lot.
A new dawn. If the... Oh, no. There you go. Every epic starts with a single word, every symphony a single note. This is but the beginning, and forever shall your legend be told, forever shall your legacy be sung.
You earned this.
Careful whisper. The careful whisper.
All done?
Vivian. I found it.
No mention is made of the name of the author. Title page has been lost to time, or the tome was published anonymously. It's hard to say.
You. Thank you, Clive. Even though I asked this of you, I was not entirely sure it would be possible. I feared the executors had seized every copy.
I met with one of these executors, and I convinced him to let me keep it. He told me something, that the truth is just a matter of collective belief, and that if enough people believe a lie, that lie becomes the truth.
Yeah.
It does, but it also means that the truth is not immutable. Provided that those who wish to change it can convince enough people that their perspective is the correct one.
I like that interpretation of
As
that.
the sad history of the Bearers proves.
You said that the book inspired you to become a scholar.
It did. She was a heretic, you see. A firebrand and a dissenter. A gallows stood ready for her in every corner of the realm. And by shunning society, or perhaps being shunned by it, she stumbled upon a truth so potent that an entire realm trembled at the prospect of its utterance. I, too, have always felt somehow set apart from the world of men. A stranger to my own species. She taught me that my solitude was not a curse, and that, though my journey to the truth might be a lonely one, what I found at my destination would be more than worth the cost.
Do you still feel that way?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure anymore.
Good.
Since coming to the Hideaway, I find my thinking somewhat clouded. Perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather closer perspective than I had intended.
Yeah, welcome to humanity, Vivian.
But the more I study, the more I find value in this perspective. In looking not from the outside, but from within. So if you'll permit me, I'd like to continue my work here. Remember, Clive, give the men and women of this benighted world the gift of truth.
I'll try, Vivian.
Cool. Scholar's Bonnet. Vivian Ninetail's scholarly headwear, awarded to her upon the completion of her studies at the University of Conver.
Haida Marie has taken a liking to her new home. How her spirit survived Balmung Dark unbroken, I'll never know.
There's even more. The Masterless Marauder. An S rank. The Wailing Banshee. Might be a local woman. They have tried to offer help, but soon they were seeking salvation. The survivors will hear the screams. It's in Garnek.
Haida Marie has taken a liking to her new home.
Oscar, you've been a disappointment. You haven't done anything yet. Man, look at all this stuff up here now. Not bad. The Oath. The Hanged Man signboard. Martha's Rest signboard. The Vale signboard. The Vale, Northeastern's far-famed House of Ill Repute. Town is a gateway to the imperial capital of Horflam, where waves of old money and new lap against the opposing sides of the Great Wall. However, the Vale's proprietor, Isabel, knows it is best as a safe haven in a storm. The town that took her in and made the man she loved, when the rest of the world shunned them. The Guardian Scarf. The Briar's Kiss signboard. Finest forge of Delamil, run by the puckish, precocious young forge master Lubar, inherited both his forge and the role as the desert hare from his predecessor, the original Rosina Delamil. The mayoralty of Delamil he won by his own merits. Theodore and Eloise. The Clay Hearth, emblem of the Undying. Secret Society, Acolytes of Faith in the Phoenix. Rusted Battle Helm, Archduke Elwin's helm, won the campaign to quell the Northern Uprising. Later laid to rest upon his memorial stone, now it sleeps in Clive's bedchambers, a constant reminder of the bravery and selflessness of the man in whom footsteps he and his brother mean to follow. I'm missing one more there. Sid's Goblet, miraculously undamaged in the attack of the Old Hideaway, we saw that. Model airship, Mid's dangerous dream of flight immortalized in miniature. But the experiment ended in failure. Mid has allowed Clyde to keep a hold of the model, so that once her renown has grown, he might sell the piece. The Tri-Unity Accord. Oh, and it's the 3 sigils of the different nations. Rosaria, Dalmekia, and Sombrek. Cool. Missing another one. Scholar's Bonnet. Serving as the pledge that they remain together. Wintermead from Gav. Medicine Chest from Taria. The Continental Censor from Lady Karen. Martel Apples. Ambrosio's Tack. The Charred Sparring Sword. Clive's old sparring sword, salvaged by Torgal. As original hideaway. The Rookery. A reminder of who Clive once was. 1, 2, 3 I'm missing. I'll have to Google. Holy cow. Okay. A Fine Hound. 2 of you have been together for probably feels like a lifetime now, but there's a lot you can learn about a hound of yours. He'd step in front of a bloody raging behemoth if it means protecting you, but that don't mean you should take it for granted. Under new management, Isabel. Not long removed from when you last placed yourself between us in peril, I sit again to pen yet another letter in which I tried to find the words to somehow express the gratitude of an entire town. Still, something feels different about the latest triumph. Where in the past we leaned ever so heavily upon your good graces, this time we found strength elsewhere in ourselves. Our hardship has shown us that which should have been apparent all along. We are not as different as we want to believe. Does a peasant love his homeland any less than a noble? Does a bear love his family any less than another man does his own? Should every thrall, Akashic bandit, and brigand in the realm charge our gates? We will not fret. Good job. Note of thanks from Cyril, the Burning Quill. Lubar. I'm not so foolish to believe a single shaming at the hands of the town urchins can dispel a lifetime of hatred. Just as a pot cannot be made clean by reminding it of its grime. It takes effort, persistence, and a stiff brush and a bucket of lye. Wise man once said that the night is always darkest before the dawn. It's a good thing I can count one who burns so bright amongst my friends. Edda seems fond of the silver bow we gave her. So much she's been setting it up atop her belly as she rests. To hear her tell that the rascal kicks something fierce when she does, sounds like we got another fighter on our hands. Treasure hunt. Try Unity. Though her icon brought her much suffering, the loss of Shiva weighs heavy on her heart. We'd be poor friends if we did not seek to lighten that burden.
If Joshua's worried about Jill, I should go and speak with...
Master Clive, I'm aware this matters of great import which demand your attention. Should you find yourself a moment, I bid you to visit me. I ask a single favor concerning His Highness Prince Dion.
It's usually me making demands of Harpocrates. I wonder what this is about.
I want to check, where are we right now? Alright, well that was a while. So I think there's only 2 quests left. A few hunts. I think we're gonna call it from here. More upbeat. There you go. Fine. All right. We got 2 more story, 2 more quests, and then the main story is the final mission. That seems like a good place, and so we'll start with a mission about Dion and a mission about Jill. Solid. We got a lot of side quests done today. We are rocketing up them levels. Look at that. That is huge. Got some ability points to spend. I don't know. I might just start powering through and I could... Just ready? There we go. Mastered a whole bunch. Oh, that's the armband we got. It's actually a vambrace. That's cool. Lowers my defense by 3, so I'm not going to wear it. But that's pretty cool. Oh, let's check. How are we doing with Torgal? Still no. I might do just like a little bit of grinding and maybe the last hunts off stream. But I think that is where we are calling it. Make sure to come back. Love it. Tomorrow, as we are going to finish this game. Tomorrow is the finale. That is what we're doing. If you're watching live on Twitch, that is. If you're watching this on Twitch, make sure you're following. Keep up to date with all the goodness that I'm coming. If you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you're subscribed. The final stream will be coming out 2 days, I believe. It's every Monday, Wednesday, Friday I put this up. So it's either coming out Monday, Wednesday, the next Monday, Wednesday, Friday. You guys get it. You're smart. That was a lot of really cool stuff in that stream. A lot of those side quests were satisfying. Some of them not so much. The side quests in this game have been very hit or miss. I've liked them because I'm a big lore lover. But it was really cool getting to see a bow be put on all these stories. Like, we did the Slave Master quest with Doris a few streams ago, and I thought nothing of it. I thought it was just whatever. But now we learn her entire really messed up backstory. And get a really cool fight out of it, and a cool set piece. Lord Byron's always great. Lord Byron is a pleasure. Gav and Edda, I think that's really endearing. I like that Gav and Edda are a thing. It's cool that we get to see with Byron the stuff that was set up with Lord Havel and Rutherford, all of that pay off in a cool way. So that ties back all those quests. So it's cool to see a lot of older side quests tying back around. Isabel's quest I liked, kind of like shaming the Duke and his daughter and their own personal BS aside, rallying the town to peace. Lubor's was all right. I kind of wish they got a little comeuppance for how mean they were to Lubor. Yeah. But the Akashic nonsense of it was good. That little cutscene with the kids was cute. Yeah. Overall, the Torgal one was very endearing. I love Torgal. Torgal's such a good boy. He really makes this game. Alright, guys. Before I keep vamping, that's where I'm going to call it. So one more time, thank you so much for joining me. I will be back tomorrow live on Twitch to finish this game out. Our last 2 side quests and our last main story quest. That is all for this thing that I'm doing, and I will be seeing you. Till next time. Later.